Hi, how are you?
Welcome on in, everybody. Happy Wednesday. I hope you're all having a wonderful one. Hello, Rhino, Moo, Fox, Kiwi, Andrea, Chaotic. Welcome on in, everybody. And the wonderful Lord Hades. Thank you for the follow. I hope you're all having a wonderful Wednesday. Today, we're just going to do a little bit of chill art, I think. Just kind of vibing. I'm kind of making like a dress up for myself. Oh. Sorry, I forgot I had that on from yesterday. There we go. I'm kind of making like a little dress-up doll for myself. Currently, she looks like... Oops. Turned off a bunch of layers because I was trying to organize it before stream. She currently looks like this. But now I gotta like reorganize all the layers. What do you mean? What do you mean? What are you talking about? Is it on mobile? They better not have. Mine's still in dark blue. Mine's still in dark blue. They moved the setting for it. Hi, Stripes. Welcome on in. Hi. I know they, like, moved the setting for it, which was kind of annoying, but... Get it? Maybe my dark blue is different, though. Okay, so this is the head. For dim anymore? It's, are you seeing it in, like, the, like, settings and privacy... accessibility, and then I usually do, like... increase color contrast, I think. If not, then I think it's... nope, not that. Display, yeah. Brazilian funk time. Hello, Swallow. How you doing? Welcome on in. Hello. Hey, did you have anyone you wanted to... ooh, I want to download a resource pack really quick. On the other PC, but I gotta turn it on. Just get drunk, disturb the peace. I'm okay, I need a shower and work, but now I need to hear the funk. Understandable. Straight up not there. It is what it is. Oh, I'm sorry that they took it from you. Maybe they're doing an update or something? They could be doing an update. I need to do my Curse Forge stuff, and then I'm just going to add the farmers, I think. Or do I want to do reimagined? I never got to do reimagined. So let's do reimagined, I think. Might this mean like it's to a tie? And then this one, group. And this is... Whoa! Look at you being consistent. Appreciate it. I also, at some point today, I will be playing on our Minecraft server because I really want to try the new... Hold on. No, just don't look at it, Elaine. There's just some cool mods. The hidden gems are always some of my favorites.
I'll have this.
Thank you, Andre, for the tier 1 sub for 9 months. I appreciate you a lot. What's up, V? Welcome on in. Welcome on in. I hope you're having a lovely, lovely day. Where is my farmer pack? Because that's like one of my favorite resource packs. Farmers Delight Farm. I forget what it's called. Immersive? No. Here it is. This one. Farmer Gooby. That one's my favorite. And then I will also add these to here, I think. Profile options. Allow management, done. I just want to add the farmer's GUI to here. Farmer. Yeah, there we go. And then do we have EMF and EMTF already in this? This would be in mods. It doesn't, but I think it's a client side. Thank you for the lurk fee. Required mod. You don't need all these ones are sodium or not mentioned. Please install the ones below. ETF. Entity culling. See, is this? I don't know. You guys can't see what I'm doing. One second. There you go. Honestly, I should just be on, I think, this computer for stuff. Is entity model feature client side? Is strictly client side. Only use one on the server. Okay, cool. EMF. And then I want the other one as well. Ooh. TF. Okay, that one already had it. Okay. Resource packs. Oh my god, I hope this resource pack works. Oh my god, I hope this resource pack works. Install. Oh my god, baby mods. Okay, wait, no, now I'm gonna add it to this one. ETF, EMF, and then baby mod. Where is it? Install. Oh my god, I hope this works. Does it need anything? It doesn't say it needs anything. Like, it doesn't say it needs EMF or ETF, so that's very interesting, but hell yes. Okay. Alrighty. And then I will just do this. Nope, wrong button. There you go. Okay. So I can just draw on this and then toggle back and forth. And I've already lost my pen. Wait, but are there like accessories for Apple Pencil? I'm just curious. Apple Pencil accessories. And make it look like pencil. Wait. Wait, does this affect the gestures? Oh, doodle pencil's cool, smart. These to bro, I kind of want that. Just hold metal stand. Damn, they had a metal stand too. Oh, but it's sold out, so it doesn't really matter. Replacement ABS tips for. I didn't know they had so many accessories. This one's really cute though. I like it. I like that it looks like a pencil, but this is in euros, so I wonder if there's any like US based ones, I guess. There's a war. Even it works no more. I don't know what gen my pen is though. Ooh, I like this one though. It looks more robust. Woo! 400k point. That's a lot, Boogie. Oh, but it would cover my little engraving. Maybe I don't want that. It's really cute though. Okay. Anywho. Good to know. Boop. Okay. Back to this. Okay. These guys gotta go in here. It really is. So I'm very impressed. And I appreciate you gathering the points. Gods of War. Okay, those are the bangs. This is the face. It's gonna look so funny. Okay. I guess we can delete this. And then we're gonna grab this guy, and then where are my ears? That would make my this. Oh, really? Oh, I'm honored. Dicky, dicky, dicky. I appreciate you. Oops. I think they go behind the bangs. They do. What's happening here? There's a little thing happening there. I don't really know why that's happening. Hi, Star. Happy Wednesday. How are you today, my love? Okay, and then I want this one, this one. Group those, turn those off. Cute chibi doll, thank you. I'm trying to like reorganize it so it's a bit more I can kind of like do kind of like the doll thing with it. It's kind of like my plan. Doing okay, feeling a tiny bit better, but I think all the medicine is upsetting my. Oh no, yeah, try to do like a very light diet, like not like a diet, but like it's like bread, apples, and like bananas. I think like one of those very plain like meals. I think might help. I think I have almost 1 million points. Damn, 1 million. Damn. I think the only person that has 1 million in my chat is Pixels. I think. Rename body. And then this can go underneath here. Shakes cat. Points for the poor. Points for the poor. Funny. Okay, and then I think, yeah, this goes here, so this can go in here. And we will just rename this as rear. No clippy mask. There we go. And we can delete that then. And this is the tail, which I haven't done yet, but I will group that later. This goes on the body as well, because we are not doing shoes. Hi, Stripes. Hello again. Technically you were here earlier, but hi. 'Tis the thought that counts. 'Tis the thought that counts. That's technically the most important, you know? I wish I could, like, if I'm honest, I wish streamers could give people points. Like, I think that they should, like, look into being able to do that. That's the problem. So there's a problem, like, right here with, like, the arms. 1 year? Ooh, want a sneak peek? I do. I would love to see a sneak peek. Gimme. This means that the arms need to be on a separate layer. Yeah. And then the outfit. How do I want to do that? Oh my god, I love. They look so sweet. I love it. And I love the title of it. That's so cool. Oh, she's so cute. Good job. Her name is Nori. Oh, so cute. I like it. Good job. Let me see if I can figure out the best way to do this. Because those should be up there. This should be here. Yeah, and then what I can do is I can do a new fill layer. And then I'm going to put this down here. These are the arms. So I was playing Apex Ranked with a new friend group earlier, and I low-key forgot one of them is an expert. That's crazy! You show him up? Did you show him up, Queen? I bet you did. I believe. Where'd the arms go? Right here. We got matched into a lobby of full pro players. That's crazy. I need my color brush and my skin tone. I need to turn the body off really quick. We got bodied so hard. I'm sure it sounds like you had fun though, and that's the important part, you know? So I hope you had a lot of fun regardless. Let's fill this in. And then braid. Let's turn this one off. See to the other side. There we go. I think I will do this. Yeah. And then it was fun though, especially when one of them tried using a controller for that. Sounds so fun. Oh my goodness. I love it when my friends they're like one of my friends, like they were originally I think like a controller player, and then they tried keyboard and mouse and they did so much better, and they're like, what the fuck? It was very funny for them to realize like the difference. Is how we do it in Deutschland. I could teach you some. Yeah, I think that's fine. And then we go here. And then I'm going to clear it. White men. And then outfit. And then this is rename. Oops. You know, younger me always wished that I could play like FPS games on controller because you would always see that like in like unlike like advertisements for video games of them playing with the controller. And I always wished I was good at it, but no. Elaine is not one for the fucking controller gaming, tell you what. Especially because, like, I don't know if my hands are just small or I'm just oopid, but, like, a lot of controllers just feel really clunky in my hands. Like, the only times I'll ever use them are for, like, FromSoft games. I was at best with a controller, but my mouse and keyboard I'm pretty good at. Yeah, because it's like muscle memory. Once you get good at it with muscle memory, it's all you can do. I have to duplicate this now. So I already made it. I don't want to do it again. Get in there. And do a clipping mask. And I want to rename this to blush. I didn't make a mouth open though. Pete. Rename outline. But I'm gonna guess that I'm gonna be typing outline a lot, so I'm just gonna copy and paste that. Yep. And then paste. Rename color. Rename peak song. Yes, oh my god. I heard this like randomly. It was suggested to me on Spotify and it's just like so good. Oh fuck. Okay, that one's good. That one's good. That one's good. This one. Paste. You draw, so you have a lot of hand-eye coordination, precision, and muscle memory that you get access when you use a mouse that you can't control with a controller. Oh, that makes sense. That makes sense. I think for me, like it's often like comfier to be on controller, but it's just yeah, I don't have that hand-eye coordination for it. That is for sure, and that is a really good point. How you doing, Gore? Welcome on in. I hope you're having a wonderful day. Paste. Rename. Paste. I can redo the colors on that. Rename. Not referencing a study or anything like that, but it makes sense to me. No, that makes total. I mean, like the layout. Like for example, like I think like mouse and keyboard, your hands are like flat down, but then in like a controller sense, you're like crabbing it in a way. I feel like the muscle memory movement is much different, so it makes sense. Hope you're having a good day. Oh, thank you. I hope you're having a good day. I appreciate you coming in. Today's Wednesday, right? Is Busy streaming? I'll lurk at my friend's streams on my other computer. On the gaming, on the stream PC, because I can. Wait, Moa was streaming. Let's do this one. Open. Wait, site. There we go. I'm worried because there was noise that was supposed to come out of my computer right there, and it didn't. Looks like she's having technical issues with her monitor right now. No! That's okay. I hope that it's an easy fix. Let's see. What is up with the stream PC right now? I can't use YouTube on the other stream PC. What the fuck? What's happening? Also, totally random, but changing your mouse sense in games from time to time can help you better aim. Yeah, I do that a lot. I actually use a sensitivity converter website to keep my sensitivity the same. Really? What kind of website is that? What's up with YouTube right now? Oh, okay, let me just reopen Brave maybe. Master tapes. Yeah, I use Kovacs for that. Cool. I have different sense for different games. Yeah, I think my sense in Fortnite is different than my sense in Call of Duty. Why is it? Or if you Google game mouse sensitivity, there are like 2 websites that pop in and have some games on site and some games on the other. Okay. Okay, fair. Is that my ad block? Apparently. I think my ad block was blocking stuff. Oh my god, no! Whatever. But I still can't hear stuff. What? Around this time. I keep figuring out the sensitive constant probably helps reinforce sharpen skills, but I think it's like it's better to change it than to stay consistent. Because who knows, maybe you need higher sense because like your brain is getting faster. And took it all away from me. It's sending the audio. Why is it not playing the audio? All away from me. Where'd my mouse go? I don't know where my mouse is. There it is. Oh, ooh, I almost knocked over my cup. Let me mute that really quick. Okie dokie. Oh, wrong one. I am confusion. Do it then high, can't you? Well, that's working. I don't know why, but my voice meter isn't sending audio. Must be 3. Oh man, I keep changing it to the wrong one. Thank you for the song request. Voice meter. PC. busby2. Is that the same thing I did on the other computer? Oh, it's on busby3. Is that my problem? Mm. Alright, gotta do it this way then. Need my other old mouse because I don't know what's going on between these two computers. If I can't hear it, that means you guys won't be able to hear it. And if you guys can't hear it, that means I've done flubbed something. So I apologize if I can't. Well, no, I can. I still can. Okay, cool. I can still look at chat. Okay, now let's go to the other computer. Because I think the other mouse is plugged in over there. It is. Okay, what's going on here? Okay, I did the same. Hello, Shadow. Welcome on in. Okay, so this one is fast. Fast virtual one. What's up? Is that the problem? Virtual one. Okay, I can hear myself. Hello? Okay, now I can't hear myself. Okay, so I'm messing with the wrong one. Okay, so this one, B bus 3, stream PC in virtual 1. Can I hear stuff now? No. What about now? No, this one? Bus B2. Stream, it says bus B3. Okay. And it's sending the audio? There we go. Which means you guys should be able to hear it now too. The cup and white to give it all. Load config, this one. And then, oops. Another version of me wasn't it? Where did my mouse go? Okay, you're good. Voice meter, close. Bring this back over here. Pog. Okay, cool. I fixed it. Couple times. Okie dokie. I can go back to what I was doing. We'll be fine. When I'm back in Chicago, I feel it. Another version of me. How was it? that one's good. Those are both outline. Rename. Select all. Gimme. Okay, rename. Rename blush. Rename shading. Rename color. You take the man out of the... This is rename head. Feel it. Another version of me. I wasn't it. No. Go back to the end of beginning. Rename color. Boop. Rename. Paste. Rename shading. Accent. Color. That one's done. First place. Rename shading. Rename color. Alrighty. And then the bow. Yeah, this is all just one. Yes. Actually did this inverted because I pooped up, but that is okay. Rename color. Actually, yeah. Paste. Color. Nope, this is accent. Accent. Also, let's clean this up. Actually, I can just erase it myself. Boop, 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 boop. Or I can't? What? What? There we go. Copy mask. Rename color. So I'm on my bow. These are my... Oops. Rename mole. This is a merge down. This is a rename. This is outline. Color. I think I could flatten this one, but I'm not going to. EYES. I'm here. Hello, Buster. Welcome in. Very happy to see you. I hope you're doing well. Copy and paste. Clear. Hello, Vexed. Hello, hello. I hope school's going well for the both of you. Welcome on in. Vex may tell you lies about me. Rename EYES. Mouth. Rename top lip. Rename fangs. Outline. Color. I think I might rename this a tongue. Okay. She's trying to get me canceled. Oh no. Hey people. What's up, Captain Ahab? There was a human remains found in a drainage pipe in my town near where I walk comforting. Oh my god. Are you okay? Everyone around you okay? Oh my god. I'm sorry. That's actually like super scary. I hope you're okay. Maybe it was a body from the 1900s. A case unsolved. Finally solved. Pepper spray and a skull cracker? Whoa, what's a skull cracker? If you don't know, Elaine grew up very sheltered, so Elaine doesn't know what a lot of those things are, but I'd love to learn. Attention. Regions too specific. Symbolic limit. So breaking out of cars, if your door is stuck, it's like schmovie, have good schmovie. Have good schmovie. Okay, that's the real head. Do I have the original outline that I did for the head? I do not, so I will redo that. So let me grab this color. Okay, and then we're going to turn this off. We're going to get a new, get drawing assist. Let's stay safe. Super scary. It's also turns into a bladed shovel. Whoa. Smoothie aren't knock you in and I'm not being so serious. That's crazy. But I hope you have a good movie. I did that very bad. Ooh. Very onion shape, huh? Okay. Keep like rotating it. Also, a home at night. What can I say here that won't get you in trouble? Might even buy a baseball bat. Definitely, if you don't have a baseball bat, I would suggest buying a baseball bat. I feel like it's a good home security item. What about a taser? Ooh, taser, good. Captain, you got a trusted friend who would be willing to stay on the... Oh, yeah. Having a friend, yes. Yes. See, chat knows. Chat knows. That's why we trust chat. Don't got any friends, to be honest, but I can probably call family. But also, I keep my head on a swivel. Fair. You could also, like, if... I don't know if you like jackets and stuff, but you could wear, like, a bulkier hoodie to make yourself look, like, bigger, muscular. I don't know if that actually helps, to be honest. Plot twist, to scare us suspect, just dress sus yourself. Exactly. Okay, is this same or is this different than the head we currently have? Because it might be a little different. I think like same. I bought pepper spray last year because of my scary bad neighbor that's finally getting kicked out within the next week or so. Oh, I'm so happy. I'm so sorry, Gore. I'm sorry that you've had to deal with that. Down the one that was pretty spooky. Damn, tough. You need someone who will be able to tell the police your last location if something happens. Chef's nice, but they're too nice to use defensively. Oh, so true. Sometimes some humans are just not worth the nice cutlery, am I right? But if I could, I would carry a butcher's knife around because I'm kind of small and I don't want to catch none of that. No clipping mask. That line is a little bit different. So let me turn the opacity down and I'm just going to resize this. Is that heavy as bricks? I just smacked them. That's fair. For me, I just don't go anywhere without pixels. That tends to be my trick. But not everybody's got a fucking 6'6" fucking guard dog, so take it where you can. I'm also just super fucking oblivious, so if I didn't have him, I'd be a little fucked. I'm hoping morbidly, but hoping it was someone who was raining not too long ago and it floods. To be fair, to be completely fair, it probably was. To be completely honest with you, it completely might be. Mask, there we go. Take some self-defense classes also helps. This is true. I should probably at some point take some self-defense classes. Not because, like, I don't think the area I live in is safe, but because, like, I think everyone just should, in my opinion. I'm going to, can I, like, flatten the mask? Yeah, there it is, merge mask. And then I'm just going to distort it just a little bit. Right there. And then I'm going to fix it. I got lessons through my college. Oh, that's actually super nice. I wish more colleges did that. Because, like, I feel like there's just so many college horror stories. Because, like, campuses are supposed to be safe, but they're not. They don't tend to be. It's good to have those classes because the worst thing will happen when you're unprepared. Exactly. I want one of those less lethal guns that shoot those hard rubber balls. Oh, like a BB gun? Are you thinking like a BB gun? Oh, this is the wrong color and the wrong pen. Guys, do you think if I were to make commissions on these little like doll YCHs, they'll come every time I make these, they always come with a mouth open, mouth closed, so you can use them as like Fuji tech images. Do you think people would want them? I would be careful carrying those around as it can't confuse. Yeah, just spray paint the tip orange. Just spray paint the tip orange. It'll be okay. I grew up in the hood, so my self-defense classes are called childhood. That's because you're tough. Just mega tough. I'd be same to be honest. Yo, there's two people fighting. You think I should call 911 or just walk away? I feel like asking a Twitch chat isn't really the best idea. But I would just say walk away. Buster! No! We got enough of that. Let's go World Star. We got enough of that. I'm just gonna clean up the head really quick. Drawing assist. Record it from the safe. Hell no, I gotta go to class. Go to class. Oh no, the less lethal ones are bright orange. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, cause like the bright orange always like saves you on that kind of stuff. Be like, so what's this duel about? Throw down a Yu-Gi-Oh card and see what happens. Just be like, pot agreed. I don't know why this line is not lining. I think I'm just gonna have to draw it without the assist. JK. Blue Eyes White Dragon. Oh god. I like pepper spray because it's a continuous say, so missing is less risky and it's more range than a taser. That's completely fair. I think I have like kind of like one of those like safety kits that you can kind of get, or not safety kits, but like I've always wanted one of those like keychains that come with them, but I do have like pepper spray and stuff, but I don't tend to bring it with me because I have a 6'6" man that walks with me everywhere. You've activated my trap card. Complete Exodia. And you won't actually kill someone who has a bad heart or pacemaker. The bad neighbor I have is an old man. Oh. You hate it when there's stinky old people. Your time will come, old man. And when it does, we will all laugh. And it's over already. They're walking away, so no harm, no foul. That's good. Those keychains aren't actually helpful. But, like, some of them aren't, like, some of them have, like, some good stuff on them. I like mostly the pepper spray. Extra pepper spray. What's going on? Get my end and hop onto Minecraft with us earlier. Finish up some work. Try to finish my new reactive. And play on. Join closer to 4 if I do that. If I have a sus neighbor, I should let them know I'd EP. I don't get to fucking, man, I don't talk to my neighbors. Sometimes I wish I could talk to my neighbor to do weird stuff. There's something here. Break into my house and get munched. Just imagine being a burglar and then you walk in and all of a sudden you just go here, crunch, and it's just like oh my god, and then you're fucking just like in immense amount of pain because your leg just got chomped off. Be fucking crazy, dude. But you know what? I'm here for it. I don't like that this isn't even. There we go. Jeff Allen referred to Hannibal Lecter as your idol. Close just randomly start digging in your backyard like that one movie where the neighbors thought they were living near murderers. Dude. No, on God, you could, oh my God, you know, another subtle thing that you could do that'll probably creep him out is like you say a joke, but you laugh for a little bit too long. Just for a little bit too long. I think that always like freaks people out when you like laugh just a little bit too long. Cause like then they don't know when to stop laughing and they're like, oh haha haha, and then you just keep fucking laughing. It's like, well, what are they gonna do? Also, where are my horns? They are in here, but I will redo them. Guys, do you care if I play Minecraft all day? I'm being told that there are, that the Miu gang wants to play Minecraft, and I would like to play Minecraft. But if I play with them all day, that means we do our work right now. Once I finish this, as we do work. Hey Lane, have you seen what I posted in the club room? If it was after stream, probably not. I will look right now though. So think about it, my neighbor suffers from paranoid schizophrenia. And a demon from Christian hell? Dude, in the middle of the night, low key, I would go, hey, see what happens? I do a Gatorade and just drink it in front. Fuck yeah. Wait, what? What is this? What is this? Wait. Okay, wait. Is this... It's okay. When I click it, it says that I can oh my god! When I click, it says message has been hidden. And now is this just a YouTube link? What is this? I'm so tempted so often to be evil, but I don't have it in me. Well, but like Gore, that's so fair. But if they're leaving soon, you can just do it. Fuck, it didn't work. I mean, I'll click it anyway.
When a shopping cart smashed my head.
Did you fucking rickroll me? Oh my god, I was talking about this with Pixels. I want to be rickrolled. Wait, no, yay!
But thanks to Geico's around-the-clock claim support.
I don't like how smooth this is.
It feels good to get going again.
I think this is an AI video. What the fuck, Geico? I gave in and did a big, long, evil laugh once when he thought I was listening. That's crazy. Wait, have you heard the anime version of Rick? Yeah, I have. I fucking love it. Seems caught up in a dream. Trust. Okay, now will it, like, show it to me now? Discord now requires, in order to see some... What is this? Okay. Why is it still hidden? But there's no need for me to be mean to someone who's already living a pretty bad life. That's fair. But if they've been kind of mean to you, I wouldn't be against it. Besides, it might spice up their life a little bit. Horns. Where'd my ears go? Here are my ears. Oh, that's so pathetic. Was never hidden. It's bait. Wait, so is it just saying it's hidden to cuck me? Is that what I'm hearing right now? It's been horrible to me for like 2 years. You know what? I commend you for taking the for being the bigger person. Emotion. The days go by so soon on me. Oh, they're not even. Got it. Why is it not curving? My neighbors are nice, but my roommate is horrible. She kept I get my mail here, and I said that's a... Why can't you get... What the fuck? You live there. How could you not... How could they not allow you to get your own fucking mail in a place where you live? That's high-key crazy. Like, what did they want you to do? Rent a P.O. box? That's very silly. Anybody want something real at all? Me what I am and yeah, when anywhere you live you can get mail. So when I move I'm talking to the funny lawman. Do it. Hello, hi Joker. Hello dear. My day is good. How are you? Or ass is pocketing your money. 100%, dude. 100%. And sometimes you're not. It's super illegal, bruh. Talk to the lawman. Talk to the lawman. Get your shit straightened out. Duplicate. Get an apartment. I believe. I'm ready for the house tour already. Create clipping mask. Rename to color. Ooh. There you go. Oh, you guys can't see what I'm doing. California man should just leave this state, to be honest. Oof, yeah, 2-bedroom here is like 1K a month. Yeah, that's very unfortunate. I'm sorry. I hope you could find a very nice, affordable place that makes you happy. Where did my accessories go? It is in here. Oh, I see. Been cute. And then rename. No, I'm in the 3 bedrooms for the same price. Damn! space head. Paste. Okie dokie. And then we rename this to color. Sales tax here is like 9 point. Damn. Yeah, we don't have sales tax here where I live, but we do have higher income tax. So it's like, you know, give and you take. Hi, Flame. Welcome on in. I hope you're having a wonderful day. I was 6.5. I wonder what Colorado's is. Hi! Hi. How are you doing? It's my day off. Let's fucking go. I slept in way too. Hey, you're getting the rest. You need rest. Rest is important. I want to make a little Minecraft cube, but I think I might just copy and paste an image because I'm lazy. I'm alright. I'm good. Just hanging out. Just hanging out until I decide that it is time to call it good for this for now. Because, like, I realized, because we're going to be playing Minecraft today. That's our collab today, is we're playing Minecraft with our friends. But I realized that I should have planned to draw my other outfit, because my farmer outfit that I have, the painted farmer outfit, is essentially my Minecraft outfit. It's my Minecraft skin. So I should have done that, but I didn't think about it, and I only just kind of started finishing this, so probably just gonna keep it with this, because I really want to use this as a new PNG, so. Boop. Boop. I don't think the outline's the right color. My first day off is usually I'm a DN, sleep until like 1 p.m. Sweats nervously as sometimes I don't roll out of bed until 12. So I stay up till like 3. Oh, that's cute, thank you. Oh, Fitty! Brown bricks and Minecraft. They have brown bricks in Minecraft? Yes, this is the wrong color, so let me fix that. There we go. Oh, where is... Oh, there it is. There we go. Okay, just for the sake of, like, getting it done. Oh, no. I'm sorry. It's okay. You have, like, what, 2 more rolls? You have 2 more rolls. It'll be okay. Head in the mouth. I'm gonna duplicate this. And then I need to make a new one with the drawing assist. I don't got the points? Oh no, I'm sorry. It's okay, you will soon. It'll all be okay. I'm using the wrong brush. I've spent everything I had. No. Just like a real collector. Why can't I? Gambling be like, let's go gambling. And being DM'd. I gotta upload a video for work. The banana taped to the wall. It's real art, guys. Is that some real ass art? I guess. World building, entity of the week. This one. That's the PNG. Bids for the week. Okay. Oh my god, my screen got so bright. Hello. Oh my god, did you know that there are I'll just show it to you. I don't think I can say it at this point. There's no way art isn't monitoring laundry. Oh, wait, make me kick my feet.
Oh, look at that.
There's one that's like more simple that I found that was like it makes it look like that. It's
Is he too small for your hands?
No. I was just it's a bit smooth for my hands is the thing. But then I was like worried that like maybe the silicone would stop it from doing the gestures.
It would affect how you. If it's a full cover like that, it would stop the gestures because this is for a first generation Apple Pencil.
Second.
But
this one's specifically for a second gen.
Yeah, I wouldn't trust the first one to keep the gesture support working with like the taps and the presses.
But yeah, I just thought they were cool. But then also I was like, why don't I just get like a pencil grip?
Yeah.
I put the videos because you.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Is that the one that you were talking about last night?
Yeah, this is the one with the like the parts of
Oh yeah.
include an overabundance of energy accumulated by casters.
Yeah, I'm sure. I'll take a look at it.
Yeah. And then the other one is the one that's just the speed paint. Chat was talking about safety, so I don't think they remembered my question. Or I didn't read it. It could have been either of us, chat. They're playing Minecraft, and I think I don't know if I want to play Minecraft all day, but maybe I want to play Minecraft all day. But I still have work to do. So, like, should I just do work now after I finish this PNG and then play all day? Or do I take a break from Minecraft and do work at the end? Because that's usually what I do in collabs.
Right, so you have a collab in an hour, 2 hours. Is it 5 or 4?
4, but it's kind of loose because we're just playing Minecraft.
Got it.
Uh-oh, the stock ticker on campus is all red? What is that? What's a stock ticker?
Why the fuck do you have a stock ticker on campus? What the fuck's wrong with your school?
What is it?
It shows the price of stocks in the world.
They're at a marketing school.
Oh,
Does that help?
I mean, I guess. Oh.
That's no good. Oh, because it red because stock go down.
The stocks-
Epstein. It's because of Epstein and all of his fucking weird-ass furry porn.
Probably more like because AI or something like that.
AI, Epstein, all of it. Yeah, I'm at the business school, yeah. Stonks are not stonking. No. You know the real stonk you should be investing in? Me. I'm the...
NASDAQ, I don't care.
Oh,
Oh shit, actually, what the fuck?
what's up?
My stocks are great.
Your stonks are great? Okay. Fuck yeah, that's all that matters.
Yeah, see, they were real bad, but now they're back up here.
Whoa. We're doing pretty good.
See, it was a little.
That's why they had to ban him from X. Oh, did you watch the video? Did you know that fucking... Okay, conspiracy time and the trigger warning Epstein stuff, and you already know. The COD points are known as CP. Epstein is all for CP. You know, the thing that's illegal with children.
I know.
And then he was banned from Xbox Live. He also plays Fortnite, which is terrifying. I feel like him eating chicken is a bigger issue. What? No, OpenAI and NVIDIA are falling apart at the seams and taking the economy down together. Our stonks are great. We had the best stonks. Other stonks, inhales, not so good. Not so good. I did not say chicken. Oh! Yeah, you know, it's all bad if you think about it.
Actually, might sell some of my video songs.
You should. I think at this point, with the things that you've been mentioning, yeah.
Because I didn't because that, but now it's back up here, and maybe we just
Maybe we just
not all of it, but like half of it.
yeah.
It's like 3K.
Shit. I mean, a little bit.
Yeah, okay, so like, how
Just like a little bit, like that salt guy, just a little bit. Mexican food sounds so good right now. It does. Mexican food always sounds good. As Star said, every day can be Taco Tuesday.
Yeah, it's 3K, and I spent like 800.
Damn.
But what was I gonna do?
You're gonna tell me whether to play games with my friends all day or not.
So what's the worst stuff you have to do?
I have to finish just 2 more videos, and they're the shortest videos I have this week. But I'll just be full frontal. I don't do my work at the beginning of Wednesdays as an excuse to get out of the thing that I'm doing. If I'm like, okay, I need to stop and I need to go cool down.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
But if I have a lot of fun, that means I'm not gonna do my
That's fine.
work.
So your work is you just have to get it done. When you do it is up to you. I'd say the only thing that I'd be worried about is what's the for Monday. What is the what's your page layout stuff look like? Like, do you have any more iterations of stuff you're doing for that? Is there anything you need feedback on? Because that's more of a time pressure thing than like the videos.
That's fair. Did we speckle in the corner redo trap draw? I did.
Because I know I talked with you the other day about
This guy.
the temple. Yeah, we talked about him and we did some examples, but we said we were gonna wait for something. I don't remember what. But then we also talked about getting a version of the like template page with like the most recent page background and stuff like that, and like if there's any variations of like the floating stat blocks and stuff that need to be changed.
Cabeza, the head of the cow. What's wrong with eating the head of the cow? I like to eat, as one would say, a head of a pig. Oh, no, this is it. I just never exported it, I guess.
We talked about like waiting for a harvest list or something.
Yes, did we do that harvest list?
No, I did not, but I can do that today.
Okay, well then
I wanted to talk to Artie about it, but I forgot. But I can just do one.
this is fine. Hold on. Keyboard.
Otherwise, you can pull up harvest list from a previous creature as just a placeholder.
Yeah, I think that's what I'm gonna do
That would
really
be fast.
quick. Playtest. I need to put the playtest in the 2D folder. This guy. Go tacos on energy. I heard they're good. I was gonna say yeah, that makes sense, but then I immediately was like, yeah, like lamb. Those are 2 different animals, Elaine. Yeah, I guess it could fit. I didn't know how big the harvest list was, so I didn't want to say yes or no, but
Does that have the current font scale and stuff?
Good question. This one is 18. This one is 11.8. I love lamb. Lamb is really good. Me be fucks with some lamb. Edit. 18. Is this 18 or is this 8? Okay. We're doing 10. We're doing 9. Okay, and Well, my hands are too fucking small for this. Okay, so that's how that is. Okay, then we just need to, I think just, oops. Thank you for bringing this back up to me. I like veal, but I feel bad for eating it. See, what my brain does is I don't associate one with what it is, you know, so that way I can keep my innocence over the fact of what it is, you know. I don't know if there's any other animals. Oh, I don't know if there's any other animals like that, though. Are these, like, the longest? I don't know if there's longer things. Wood left? No, it wouldn't be.
I feel like there's one. I don't. That's a good question. I'd have to look at the.
Because I'm starting to think that, like, 8 just is going to look better.
That's
overall.
fine. If it needs to be 8 for this table, that's okay.
Because I don't want things to become, like, 2 lines unless it's, like, an in parentheses thing.
That's fair.
But I think because it's a thicker font, it's gonna be okay. Also, I don't like this. I want this to be like this. And then the name to be here just in case. Because we had the variants because I think there was like 2. Yeah, there was 2.
Okay, so then could you do me a favor then? I think we can post this as just as an with the caption of example layout. And then if you could take the harvest list and put it on the collage sheet, and then we can kind of see all the assets together with their most recent version. That would be super awesome.
Yes, I can do that.
But yeah, because that'll be good, and then we have some time for the people to cook on it before Monday. Because I'd also like to kind of kick this past Saba and see if he has any feelings.
Okie dokie. I'm just trying to make sure that this is the same. Because, I think it's better if we just have, like, kind of a neutral tone for everything.
Yeah.
Why is this different? 33, 132. 33, 132. Yeah. 32. I will look at chat in 1 second. I'm sorry. There we go. Okay. Had a coworker today debate the Bad Bunny performance halftime and didn't say much since I don't know about what happened, and I'm learning that most stuff she said got on her nerves was fake news. I haven't watched the Super Bowl once commercials stopped being funny. I tuned out. On God, that's why anybody watching the Super Bowl that like didn't like the sport, like I think half of the reason why you watch the Super Bowl is because the ads are funny.
I haven't watched a Super Bowl in like 10 years. I was always just cooking.
Okay, well, not everyone's as cool as you are, hon.
And then I'd like watch the commercials. Like sometimes, like I'd like. You know.
Do you remember the weird one? I can't remember who made it, but it was like the dancing monkey banana baby.
What?
Yeah, Super Bowl.
I feel like the only commercials I actually remember was
Super
the Doritos commercials were really funny.
Bowl dancing monkey banana or monkey baby. Was it this one?
I remember those.
It's a Mountain Dew commercial. Puppy monkey baby! Puppy monkey baby! For like all of this section, for every second that this monkey is on stream, the only thing being said is monkey pumpy baby.
Yeah, I remember. That was 10 years ago, so I was actually watching Super Bowls at that point.
Puppy monkey baby. That's a tongue twister.
I was in.
Puppy monkey baby.
That was Super Bowl 50. I was there. I wasn't at the Super Bowl. I was in the city because it was in San Francisco, and I have a commemorative transit card that's a Super Bowl 50 card.
Very cool. artist list.
Also, up to your judgment, but do we want to like reorganize the Discord stuff so that you have a place for all the feedback on the Discord stuff?
As long as Artie's okay with it. He's the only one that's against me making new channels. That's why I don't make new channels anymore.
Okay, that's fair. I'll take a look at the Discord and ask you.
Okie dokie. Yeah, she even said that he wrote some book about Spanish race being superior or something, and I was like, I knew that is cap, but I'm not gonna argue with someone who isn't gonna listen. On God, like, I hate arguing with people that, like, just aren't gonna listen to you, like, they're just not gonna take feedback from you, period. And it's like, you are, like, okay, Elaine never believes that someone is a waste of space, okay? Everyone has their own shit that they're doing or going through. But also, don't be such a dumb fuck, man. I feel like that's not that hard to learn. And that's just Elaine's stance. You don't have to agree with me. That's just how Elaine feels. Some people are just kind of dumb fucks, and it pisses me off a little bit. I remember at my old job, someone was telling me a time traveler joke about Donald Trump, and I was like, haha, okay, and continue working. Like, bro, I'm here for the check. On God, sometimes coworkers just want to be a little much. It's like, dude, I'm here to work. I don't know what you want from me. Though, okay, Elaine's always kind of been the odd one out at jobs, right? I'm just kind of like the gal who's there to make people happy and have a good time, right? But I remember specifically, hi Shippy, one time. So before, when I was in college, I worked at the AMC. I worked at a movie theater near my college. It was AMC movie theater, and I don't know why they did this, but they thought it would be funny. It was a Hispanic girl, and she was like, hey, Elaine, look at this baby on my phone, like my lock screen. Isn't it so cute? I'm like, aw, it is a cute little baby. And then they're like, oh my God, you thought that was my baby? I was like, oh, I mean, it's a baby. I mean, I never directly said it was your baby. And, like, I was, like, judged on the idea that, like, I thought that they had a baby. And I'm like, first of all, who gives a shit if it was your baby? If you're a mom, like, yeah, you look a little young, but hey, you do you, Pookie. But also, it was just very weird. I don't know. That whole job was kind of weird, to be fair. I was here to take blinkers in the black room, homie. Back room, homie. That's fair. I do want to bring those call-outs back. Do I have those in here? I don't. Excuse me. My nose. Untitled. I don't know why. I think about it every now and again. I'm like, I wonder why they did that. Because it's like, I remember the time that it happened. I was literally just eating. I was on my lunch break. And they came up to me and they're like, Elaine, look at this baby. Don't you think it's cute? I think actually what it was, they were like, do you think this is my baby? Like, first. And I was like, yes. Like, I don't know. Who am I to judge if you have a baby or not? What if I had a kid? But there was, oh my God, when I worked there, though, there was one really nice Asian lady that worked there. And fucking, like, bless her soul, dude. Like, she was so nice.
You have permission to make a book
Yippee! Yippee. Yeah, I don't know. Kind of feel weird just having a random picture if it isn't familial. Yeah, like, I don't know. It was just kind of like, so, like, I didn't know what they wanted me to say or what this, like, joke was, because I remember, like, them going back, and they were like kind of like snickering about it or whatever, and I'm just like, okay, cool, baby. I like babies. What? I don't really know what they wanted from me at that point, but did I delete it by accident? Oh no, I'm clicking the wrong one. It's this guy. This needs to be 100. This needs to be 20. People are crazy. People are just kind of weird. Like, I remember, so I'm also, another fun fact, I'm a goody two-shoes when it comes to working. If you tell me to ID someone, I ID someone. If you tell me to I'm supposed to say a line or whatever to talk about our card payment plan or whatever, I'm gonna do it. I haven't had a job that made me do that, but I would do it. I'm just kind of like you tell me to do it, I'm gonna do it. Because it's my job to do it. I'm not about to get fired over something that was going on here today. I'm just talking about past work stuff. People asked me why a salad changed once. It's a seasonal salad. She wanted to like see through the end, and she was like, next time I want to wait. One lady got mad at me in the day for her meat not being stacked perfectly. It was paper thin shit. It's not gonna stack well. Want to step outside then? Why'd you cut your own damn meat, woman? Yeah, I don't know. People are weird. I remember one time when I was working at AMC as well. Like I said, I'm a goody two-shoes. You tell me to ID someone for an R-rated movie, I'm gonna ID someone for an R-rated movie. I don't care how old you look. I don't care how old you... I don't care if you look like you should have 7 grandkids of 7 different generations at that point. If I'm being told that you need to be ID'd, I will ID you. That's just how it is. And so I go to ID this guy, and like and they were like the only, I'm gonna be honest, the only judgmental thing I did was they were with this guy. There were two guys, and they were pretty close. So I was like, oh, okay, like, you know, maybe they're a thing. And I was like, hey, you're gonna see this movie, I'm sorry, but I have to ID you, just standard policy, you know, stuff like that. And then they're like, oh, ID me? How young do you think I am? And then, you know, I go with the joke of like, oh, you know, you're probably like fucking 20, 21 or whatever. I go with like the couldn't be a day over 20, you know, and shit like that. And what I thought was like his friend was like, they like suddenly got mad at me, and they're like, oh my god, I'm gonna report you for what you did. And I'm like, brother, huh? I'm just here taking tickets, but oh, okay, I'm sorry. And it turned out, and then there was this like, I got a crazy story for you. Fuck yeah, type that shit up. And then, like, a little graybeard wizard walks up to ID, please. I would. It does not matter to me. You didn't ID the friend. I ID'd both of them, though. I ID'd both of them. And then later, like, I guess the guy was still lurking around. Maybe it wasn't time for his movie or whatever. But the guy was still lurking around. And then, like, this couple comes up to me. It's a Hispanic couple. They have, like, this baby, like it is a tiny little baby, and they wanted to see a horror movie, and you know, I don't care. Like, me personally, morally, I don't care. It's a baby. Do whatever the fuck you want. It's your kid, right? But then I ID them, and I'm like, hey, sorry, I have to ID you, just standard policy. And they're like, oh, no problem, you know, pull out their IDs, and then they go in to go see the movie. And right as they're about to leave my stand to go see the movie, the guy runs up to my station where I'm just kind of sitting there and is like, oh, so you did it again. You would do it to them too with a baby? And I'm like, what? I mean, I don't know what the baby had to do with anything. And then, like, he like talks to my manager, and they're like, hey, so it seems like this customer is reporting you for, like, racially profiling them. And I'm like, oh? Oh? What's this thing you're working on, by the way? It's, This is the book for, this is the bestiary book for Enshrined, a D&D 5th E module that I get to work on. I don't know if that's their baby. They could be babysitting. That's true. That's true, but that's not my business. Thank you, Pixels. So recently there was this lady that came into the store and tricked my coworker into giving her an extra $5 in chargeback. Back in change. Okay? She comes like a month later and tricked them into giving her another $3 in change. And this crazy person, the reason she kept tripping us up is that she was changing her appearance. Like she legit dyed her hair, put on makeup and glasses. Wow. That's some dedication. That's some fucking dedication right there. Holy shit. Holy crap. I mean, more to them. I feel like I'm getting the words wrong. Power to them, I guess. Cause like, I feel like the amount of change that they're getting back versus the amount that it took to get their appearance to look different is not equivocal, but you know, to each their own, I presume. Need to flip this guy. Nope, that's not how that works. There we go. I actually might not add this side piece. And I might just change the colors of this one a bit. I'm working at a deli in Walmart. We got her on camera. That's crazy. I used to work with a customer service at Walmart. I have stories. My grandfather used to work at a customer he used to work as a greeter in Walmart, I think. He worked there for like 10 years, I want to say. Like, he was there for a while. Like, I remember him having like a certificate and everything on the wall when I was a kid. You know how long she's been doing it and with who though? So it could be way more than what we've caught her with right now. That's fair. That's completely fair. I didn't think about that. It could be a lot more people, a lot more businesses that she been screwing over. I think I need to make that a bit more straight. I think. I'm falling apart without you. I've been hours, but I can't get you off my mind. Don't do I knew. Then I will sell you my soul. Like hellsing cold. Update normal. Update normal. Okie dokie. Certainly a different review for the most part. It's regular people, but there are certainly Walmart. Oh fuck yeah, there are. I once saw one of our questionably returned guy at another store, so I'm pretty sure he was stealing from multiple places and getting returns in a row. Oh, fucking definitely. Without a doubt. 9. I know, then this needs to... update normal. Yeah, so this should be normal, but just centered. Why is this 9? Not 9. This should be 9, so that'll fit nicely. And then... Devil, then I will fill you my soul. I meant to show you that I'm yours. 9 and then 9. I'm just gonna bring this down, bring this down. Oh, this edge is straight. So let me fix that guy. This one, it's this one. Boom, 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 boom. Such a license. Is it bad that I don't respect old people because most of them I met are rude as hell? To be honest, I don't respect anyone. That shit is earned. Flemma ding dong. Or should I say respect just anybody? No, that's completely fair. Especially like, I think like for me, I personally, I trust you unless you prove to me otherwise. But it is completely valid, especially in today's day and age. If you just don't trust a bitch, fuck them. You just don't trust a bitch. And that's just how it is. And, like, it's just gotta be respected. Because, like, not everybody earns trust. Trust, like you, exactly like you said, trust is earned. Thank you for the song request. Bounding west. Okie dokie. I think that's everything. And then this one can be removed. Yeah, I don't trust anybody. I've had good friends do me dirty, so my trust is a hard thing to earn. And that's completely fair. And that's completely normal. That's why, you know, different perspectives exist because, you know, if everybody just trusted everybody, you know, it would be a nicer world, sure, but like that's just not how it is. It's quite normal. Export test 1. And besides, trusting everyone you meet is a more oddity, I think, at this point, than just keeping everybody at arm's length. Okay. Okie dokie, got us in the work thing. Okie dokie, got us in the work thing. Design studio. That looks good to me. Game director, here is new template and hold on, I also have to add Saba. Template to the moon. And let me, my monitor is kind of gross. It's like stuff on the screen. It's bothering me because the sun is showing it. I don't know how to fix it. There's not a thing I can fix right now anyway. I feel so mean for being mad at all the homeless people who try to stop me asking for it because I know they're probably just trying to get somewhere. Don't feel bad though. Because like, I don't know. You just can't help everyone. And like, yeah, homeless people should be treated with like human decency, but there are better things to do than ask for a cigarette, in my opinion. But who knows? They could just be having a tough day. Bro, my monitor is gonna bug the shit out of me. Hi! Welcome on in. How to clean PC monitor. I have to unplug my monitor?
Yep, guess I'm ugly.
No, that's completely fair. How are you? I'm good. How are you? I think it's like, I don't know, it's like it's a hard thing. My stance on it is the same as Meat Canyon's, if I'm honest. So, and I feel like he is more he's not eloquently spoken. I am too. I am happy that they were successful as well. I'm just gonna rub it with my sleeve. Oh, now my sleeve is dirty. Oh, microfiber cloth on my desk. No. Fuck. Okay, I'll choose this then. Just tired. Always like booping when I can. I appreciate ya. But yeah, I mean, I think my stance on homeless people is like watch Meat Canyon's video on it, cause, it's just it's at the end of the day, it's a well-spoken video. Also, I love Meat Canyon. Latest video was about Buc-ee's, but at the very end, he tried to like subtly talk about how he hates ice, and then at the end he's just like, "Fuck ice," and it made me laugh. I loved that. Okay, this glove is actually working great. I have like a cloth glove, and I'm like rubbing my monitors, make me happy. It's working. There you go. I know. Yeah, I saw they're doing like a whole kind of like what is like a factory kind of like, or like an industrial update. Pixels was talking about it earlier before I streamed. So like, yeah, we put semis up in this game. I really want Light No Fire to come out, but I know the better that No Man's Sky becomes, the better Light No Fire is gonna be. My monitor's really bugging the fuck out of me, and my autism won't let me do anything else until I fix it. I haven't even finished my PNG yet, and I need to finish my videos. But I will message you, because that's a bit more important, because if I'm going to be late, that's what matters a little bit more. Let me message her before I finish cleaning off my monitor. Oh my god. Get off my monitor. Sunlight exposing my sins.
Buster is gay.
This is true. Aren't we all a little gay, though, at the end of the day? By gay, I mean happy. Guys, what would you do? Hi, Big Fat Movies! Welcome on in. Happy day. Welcome on in. I am just cleaning off my monitor really quick, so do not mind me, but welcome in. Feel free to chat about whatever you're doing up to today. My autism is just making it so I can't do anything unless I clean this monitor, so. I was looking for more, streamers to follow. Hey, I'm here for it. I got you. I'll happily be a victim of the big fat boobies, let me tell you what. That's the way I gotta go. Chad. I'll tell you that right now. Alrighty. Hey, we're almost done. There's just like a small little quadrant that I didn't do because it's like the center of the screen. Thank you for the check-in. I hope you enjoy hanging out here with us. I'm about to finish a bit of video editing. Thank you for the wellness check. Let me drink some water. And the save check, I appreciate you. But yeah, we're about to do a little bit. Guys, see Big Fat Boobies and think one thing. Hell yeah. Oh, Big Fat Boobies, I wish you the most support. The most comforting, back relieving support you could have. Thank you for the paps. Oh my god, wait, I have to... We still be seals, though. I can't spell. There we go. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I appreciate all the paps. Oh, the paps. Okay. It's almost clean. The sun is moving, and it's exposing more of my monitor, and it's pissing me off. Almost there. Maybe that'll do that tonight. I'll just clean my PC. Said, thanks for the pabst. What's pabst? I feel like I've seen that word before, but I don't know what it means. Okay. There's a handprint over here. What the fuck? Okay. That's better. Hold on. Okay, that's better. Yeah. Okay. I feel better. It's beer. Oh! Fuck that. Pabst Blue Ribbon! I mean, hey, I'm a Blue Ribbon cat. How it is. Alright, we're going to go back over here. We're going to do a little bit of work. We're going to finish that PNG, and then we will play Minecraft with friends. I think is my plan. I need to put my mouse back. There. Put this down. Close this, put this down. Have you played Vintage Story? I have not, but I do know quite a few people that like it. I fear that I might be too small brain for it, to be honest. This guy that's on the DaVinci Resolve thing makes me think he's Matthew McConaughey every time I see him. Alright, I gotta do Bogus Vintage and Minecraft pretty much. I'll be real, what does Mean? Please inform me. I'm only fucking 25, and I'm not, there's too many words in the world. Uncle? Okay. I just don't want to assume. I figured it meant uncle, but I didn't want to assume. I'm 29. Listen, you're 29, but you probably don't have a pre-brain. Yeah, the uncle meant uncle. Yeah, I didn't want to assume. I didn't want to assume and then be, like, completely wrong. Your head. Boop, 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 boop. Bogos. I gave myself a ball toggle. Yeah, I guess you can be bald, can't you? I probably have a great brain. Bogus Vintage currently has a 4-player. Bogus. Listen, if you've got a great brain, then that means I have a raisin brain. You know? Chemical reaction. Bogus Vintage currently has 4 different game modes. I need a grab.
Okay, I like it. Picasso.
Horse butts? Raisins. Raisins indeed. Sorry if you heard that TikTok. I'm sorry. Has the Zogblorp. Bleeple Meep. And Zinky Zoogle. Zinky Zoogle. And even I tried to do it with the ear wiggle, but it wouldn't let me duplicate the ear sprites. Wait, what? I tried doing an ear wiggle, but it wouldn't let me duplicate the ear. You have to make it a negative rotation. If you make it a negative rotation, it does kind of like the little rotation. Have them wiggle all the time or don't. I think, isn't it? I think if you make it a negative rotation, it fixes it. No. No video actually fucking dance around like their model does. You did hear horse butts. It's because it was a video. And yeah. We went my VTuber. I got the wiggle down, but I couldn't toggle it. Oh, gotcha.
Well, yeah, to find out, as each are wildly
Just people do the
different
pee-pee
and
dance in the
cause
game.
some out of this world moments for you and your friends.
Indeed. The negative is counterclockwise.
Focus Binta is currently out for $5
Weird.
at Steam.
Yeah,
and
I
for
don't
less than
honestly
$1,
know how
you
to
can dress
fix
up in
that.
fun, wacky ways with your friends.
But if you need me to do anything about that, just let me know. And I can try to change it, I think. I don't think putting it on one... Because I was like, maybe the ears should just be on one layer. But if you see anything about it and you want me to change anything in the art, just let me know. I can do that for you. No sweat. I need the file. I need clip operations. Place, video editing. Did you know roll for run 5 and shine? Wow, wait, hold on. Oh, let's do it this way then. Maybe I'm doing the PV units made me had to go to the bathroom, but I will go to the bathroom in a minute. It's not that bad. Baby, I don't know what you need, baby. Eyes on me, baby.
Welcome to a sinful night with the galaxy's wackiest aliens. Play twisted tabletop games with up to 4 players.
Cool, and then this video editing. Roll for fun. Bogo's been to this one. Did I not download the Bogo's been to trailer? Okay, I need this one. What you need, baby. Eyes on me, baby. That's crazy. YouTube updated and I can't use ad blockers now, and it makes me upset. And it makes me not want to use YouTube at all. Baby, eyes on me, baby. I got what you need, baby. Eyes on me. Let me see.
Welcome to a sinful night with the galaxy's wackiest aliens. Play.
And then go here. We can zoom it out.
Twisted tabletop games with up to 4 players, devise brilliant strategies, bluff your way to victory, and try not to lose your head, literally. Bogo's Binted currently has 4 different game modes: Zaw, Blorp, Bleeple, Meep, Zingy, Zoogle, and even Vorp. What these game modes mean? Well, you have to find out, as each are wildly different and can cause some out of this world moments for you and your friends. Bogo's Binted is currently out.
Oh wait, there was a thing that popped up. Right here. And
And then I forgot that I need to convert this to an MP4 because otherwise DaVinci stutters. I don't know if it actually stutters or if it's just the preview stuttering, but I ain't taking the chance. I'm just gonna fix it. Okie dokie. And then all I gotta do is go grab a sound effect. Vectors, video. Nope. This is logos. Alien. Suspense says faster underscore universe space. I'm down for this one. Save. Start that there. Welcome to a sinful night with the galaxy's wackiest alien. Play. Move track up. Play twisted tabletop games with up to 4 players. Devise brilliant strategies. Bluff your way to victory. Okie dokie. And then that's all good now. And then delete empty tracks. Scoot this up. Add track there. This one. Oh, this one. Cool, it didn't have that error. General text. Transcribe it as default. Head, literally. And then this one, I do default. This one, boop. Okie dokie. And then I just need to do one thing. I don't know why I did that twice. The magic, baby. Go. What happened to doodling? I have to do work really quick and then I'm gonna play Minecraft. Welcome to a sinful night with the galaxy's wackiest aliens. Play twisted tabletop games without the shorts template, which I think means I need to change my category really quick. Okay. And then whoa. You okay? Or is your mind blasted? Brain blasted? Oh, behind. My brain was thinking of something, but now it's gone. That's okay. Alright, this is almost done, and then we just have one more video to do, so let me update this. Fade red rockets?
Did you know?
Sorry. I don't need to do that one. That one's... Boop, boop, boop. Post, save. This one got posted. Change cover to this. Save. That one goes over there. Oop. This one goes at the bottom, and this one will go at the top. Not top, but close to it. And then this one. Add subtitle track. This one. this one, this one, this one. And I'm gonna go to the restroom really quick. So I will be right back. I love you guys. Speaking of treating. Hello, Poggy. Welcome on in. Happy Wednesday. Speaking of treating yourself, look at what I got myself. Well, it's not this exact plush, but I got to commission this lovely TikTok creator
Me
to
eating
make me
pizza?
a
What kind
platypus
of pizza?
plush, which I'm so excited for. Like, I know I'm a cat cow, but I'm like a cat cow thing, and a platypus is just a duck beaver thing. But no matter what it could be, you should treat yourself, even if that. But no matter what. But no. By the way, I finished my 3D project, but I couldn't get a full turntable. Maya keeps crashing for me. It could be. You should treat yourself, even if that means you're getting yourself a Barbie car and doing wheelies in a parking lot like this chap. I honestly never done a turntable in Maya. You could look at the render settings, the Arnold render settings, and that might help. Or just simply look up Maya keeps crashing on me when rendering turntable. Pizza Cardinal? What is Pizza Cardinal? Columbus style? Columbus style? Bits of my life that made me. Okay, let's do this part. Shaped like a deer, D-U-I. How about you die? Miles an hour. Little did you know, I'm built up on cash. Muffin, you like that ass. Fuck with my version truck. Or just pizza with ham? Oh, okay. I was like, what? Because I forgot that the newest pope is named Pizza Pizza. I'm pretty sure. So, looking that up wasn't very helpful. Really track. Happy Valentine. Like how the special little guy is picking out a little toy that his loving parent will get for him. Duck beaver thing. But no matter. Okay. We can lock all these guys. So it says it could be a few things. Memory overload, I don't think that's an issue for Mercy, but it could be all my stuff in a removable hard drive or an issue with the preferences like cache playback. I would try the cache playback. I feel like that sounds... That feels in my brain pretty standard. Okie dokie. That's a PNG. I'm a goober hurts this one. Oh, and then I put this the wrong one. There you go. I love this. Actually, right here. And then little mooshies. Forgot how the name of ham is in English, so I just said cardinal. That's what it said when I ordered it. That's fair. Listen, I'm not smart bilingual like you are, but thank you for telling me. I appreciate you. Okay, is this gonna fit? It like barely fits. Just like give it. we go. There we go. I'll be on my way. I just like to throw words around. I mean, you were kind of spitting yesterday when you learned what fitty meant. You were kind of spitting. Not gonna lie. At this one. At fitty dritty. Fitty dritty. Something like this. Close. Moochies. And then Maisel. How was your day? Hi, Orwell. I'm good. My day's been pretty good. I was doing art, and then I was like, oh shit, maybe I should do my work first because I want to play Minecraft with my friends today. And then I had to do a little work update, and then now I'm here. Smile. Oh, it had that error. So let's delete this. Delete. Master snap captions. We're gonna take that, put that in there, and then we're gonna go workspace and go here. Oh yeah, waystones. Vibe and shine text. This one default subtitle 2 create. Like feedback stuff. Yeah. So I just had to update this. Get out of my face. Which is a page layout for a monster that we have, and then this is just kind of like all the assets that we have. So I just had to update that. And I went in the salon, it's gonna burn. Gonna burn. Got a mash in a microwave dish, it's gonna burn. Around. Mahatma Gandhi and Mother Teresa getting kind of freaky in a penny and a Ibiza. A little bit of both. Like a little bit of changes from feedback, and then now I'm waiting for more feedback to see if there's anything. Sucks I had the same 2-day change. Sucks I had the same today 2 changes. I mean that's fair. I think the crash out is fair. Mine is like I kind of forgot. Like I did it already, and then I forgot to send it. So I was like, oh, and then I just had to put all the assets together. But sometimes when they tell you kind of late, it's kind of crash out. But I'm glad you didn't crash out. I'm glad you kept your cool, and I hope the pizza feels rewarding. After I fucking forgot to update the thumbnail of this. Okay, this one. Now redo it. Replace render. Okay. And then Mew sent me new mods I need to add. Just waystone teleport pets. Are these 3 it? Then there was add contact. Waystone. Waystones. Waystone teleport pets. And then artifacts. And then is the I don't remember if this is client side or sort by popularity. Is mouse tweaks client side? Yeah, at least be healthy and stuff, living life. That's what I say to myself when I get feedback change. Keep it cool. Hey. As long as you get paid, that is the most important part. Mouse tweaks, inventory organization. Okay. Inventory sorter, inventory HUD plus. No. Yeah, I think it's this one. 1.7. Wait, is this client side or? Last update. Last update. This one's more updated actually. Inventory delete. I just say that. That's true. That's good. Back home. So I downloaded them. Just let me know when they up, and I will join. Listen, sometimes the money isn't worth the hustle. That's, you know what? That's fair. But I mean, as long as it's not like a 24-hour or 12-hour turnaround, I'd say, you know, it could be worse. Let me change image. I want to change the image in this. I don't have any like meme pictures here. I'll use this one. See, what is this? Oh, this is just this. Yeah. Oh, there are things. Also, yes, blood needs more animals. Yeah, also, yes, but but has less blood, so need more animals to villagers. Oh. And how does that carbuncle have a gift on its butt? And what's in the fridge? What's in the fridge? It's a goat! Oh, that one's a llama! I love that. That's awesome. Charge them extra if they ask for any more changes. Yeah. I usually, like, even with my commissions, I'm like, you can have, like, up to 3 commissions. And then, like, we Gucci. But if it's anything more than that, then I usually am like, no, fuck off. Oh my god, there was Basie! Okay. I'm being added. What is this? Oh, right. It's probably my... Yep. Was I ever... No, I wasn't. Okay. I'm wasting... Oh, actually... I forgot to change that. I will change it in the accessibility settings. I'm in Salt Lake City. Bro, I've been to Salt Lake City. I've been to the salt flats over there. It's very flat and salty. Resource packs. Made for a new... I don't care. See if it works. Salty. Yeah, the salt flats are salty. I think. I don't know. I didn't eat any of the salt in the salt flats. I have salt from the salt flats currently in my office, but I never ate any. So did you eat iron golems? Charizard went into V12 without progress. Ugh. Yeah, you gotta charge him for that shit. I'm going to single player really quick. I want to see my stuff type. So you could taste it right now on stream. I could, but I'm not going to. Errors in currently selected data packs prevented the... Oh, okay. Did you scoop it up? I did. I scooped it up, and I put it in a little container that is somewhere on my desk. I think it might be on my craft desk. I think it's on my craft desk. But I could, but I'm not gonna taste it. You know, sub me up a little bit and I might taste it. But I think I could get E. coli if I do that. So maybe let's not. Actually, you know what? Just retract everything. I'm just not gonna do that. I don't know. It's on the ground. I kind of don't want to do that. Tasting the salt from the salt flats in Utah? Okay. Devouring was just like, so you could eat it? And I was like, yeah, technically I could. I'm not gonna! I said I'm not gonna! want to see if the baby animals work. It works! Look at this little baby cow! Here's your baby! Look at him! No, come back. Come back, you motherfucker. Come back. I'll be alright. See you later. Good luck. Elaine will eat dirt for $1. No, I won't. No, I will not. No, I will not. Okay, wait. I'm gonna... Feel free to keep talking to me. I'm gonna tell Miu about this because Miu needs to know. So I'm gonna hop in her server really quick. Is she... Okay, there's no one in there. And I can't see because the sun is in my fucking way. I'm in VC, but also... Oh. Oh, my mouse is in the wrong spot. I'm in VC, but I found a resource pack that'll... New baby mobs. I want to see if it works on the server first. Get to you in case it does if you want. Oh, I see why it wouldn't have worked. Yeah, because okay. Wait, I gotta do it all with all of them now. And then the pig. And then carrot. Play into VC with him, huh? Eee. Okay, I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna help them with a server thing, and then we're gonna play with them. But I will be right back, okay?
Oh. What little sales? What little sales today? I gotta bring in everybody's Fuji text on my end because I'm in a different thing. Did you, did you turn down your, like the look left and look right? Okay. So I was like, should I? I wonder. Sales! Where are sales now? Okay, now I have Ghost on the screen. I like that. Is BLT on your screen or no? Okay. Oh, you're like attached to me. What? Oh no, are you a... Okay. Oh my god, cute sales, yes! I got Mew the seal so that way she could be a seal with me. Cause like sometimes you just gotta turn brain off and be in a smaller model and just feels less stressful. Yeah. There's Indy. I hope this is like good. I know, it's like making me like squat. I'm like, I'm not slouching that much. Oh, also, I because the artist for this model isn't taking commissions, they say anybody who has the model can just change the textures. So, like, if you wanted to add, like, your pearls, you could. Yeah. I want to have a Minecraft sword. I guess I'll add Shem's PNG in here too. I forgot. Does he have one quaff, Steve, and an Enderman? This is exactly what I sound like, Swallow. The frogs are very cute. That's a web P and a PNG. I'll do an iron sword since I only have an iron sword in game right now. Return. And then download 6 out of 8, very nice. Put item in model. Oh my god. Indy, if you ever want, I could also help you set up, oh, I could set up, voice chat for this server, if you ever wanted. It's not pinning to me. Yeah, we can set them up. It's okay. Bat. That's kind of rude. Is that your house? Ah, ah, fuck. Wait, is it at your house, Miyu?
no! Bimbo. Ow, the bear! Oh no, you can just turn it off then. You just undo it and then it'll just load and then it'll be okay. Oh, it's Mew, is Beb's your house? Is this your house? Okay. Sheeps are fixed. I want to see a sheep. Yeah, my sheep are fine, actually. Maybe. But the important part is that the server is working. Ayo! Ayo! Or. Ow. Damn. Knock him down. I just realized where everybody is kind of in the way of the hotbar. Oh well. Oh well. I can't be fucked. I forgot what I was doing. Oh right, I was making my house. Elaine, I'm just on the other side of like the not that far. Like I'm like right next to Mew. Like not next to, but same river. Huh? Hey, that's one way to go fast. I learned that. I was in the caves yesterday, and I decided, you know what? I'm just gonna go back. Dies. Rip pixels. But. Oh. It's a little grasshopper. I need more redwood. Let's go get redwood, chat. Let's make a boat first. How do you make a boat with a chest in it? Boat. It's okay. I went with like a chest boat. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Boop. Damn! That's hella luck. Oh shit, we got looter? Ooh. Oh, my fucking pickaxe broke. Oh, I have a crafting table though. It's okay. Can I make a... I can. Sometimes they're used for magics. Boop, 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 boop. Butter pants. Oh, ow! Wah. Wah. How much wood I got? I got 60 wood. That might be good for now. I have... I'm gonna eat this golden apple. I've eaten the golden apple. I need normal wood. I don't want to listen to this anymore. I'm gonna turn it down a little bit. Ooh, trash rock air guitar. Let's go. Cook the meats. Cook the meats. Cook the meats. You know what? I'm going to leave this mouse on the other computer, and I'm going to grab my Logitech mouse and just play with one. So I don't have to keep going back and forth. Thanks, man. Thank you also for hosting this server. Blop, blop, blop the wood. That's okay. Does he even sleep? So he barely sleeps. Got it. I've lost my boat. I've lost my... Actually, I want some of these roses. Hello, sheep. Is this potato? It's carrot. That's a catfish. Where the fuck is my boat? Where did I leave my boat? Oh, there it is. There's an otter in my boat! I need you out of my boat. Okay. Put my wood in here. It's not a lot of wood. I need a plant. Orchard. Oh, I had roses over here. Whoops. This is where the patio is. It's here. I need more torches around. Okay, there we go. Do. I am near a bed if two other people are near a bed. All right, there you go. I'm a pretty big homebody, so no problemo. I might be a little slimy. That just means it's a lived-in bed. Ain't nothing comfier than a lived-in bed, I always say. Oops, wrong one. Edgar, I feel like that's a little prolific for him, but you know, it's alright. I like it, Da Vinci. 1, 2. I think I might brought too many blocks. That's okay. $40 for Indie. That's some good counting, man. What you building? I'm building a house. I'm building a small little cottage. I'm trying to build a small little cottage this time, because usually I try to build like big barns, but I never fill them out. So I'm doing something more quaint. An Italian villa. That's be so pretty. Oh. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I need 2 more. 2 more. I need to plant these trees. Oh. Digitalart. A pumpkin moose. Gorgeous is I bet it's not as gorgeous as you looked in the mirror. Hero Brian. Wow. Wow. It's like F something. It's one of the function keys. So just tap all the function keys until you find it. Options, controls, keybinds. Gotta find the backpack one. Controls, keybinds. What in my inventory? Oh, there's another button that does that. Okay, cool. Hi, Taylor! Well, come on in. Oops. Oh, I fucked up the keys. God dang it. Control keybinds. Yippee wahoo! Wahoo! Drop selected item. That was G. Where's the fuck is the inventory button? Load hotbar. Open and close inventory. I found it. There we go. There we go. I can make an extra piece of bread. Wait, is E? Should I be using E? That's what I use for, like, my backpack, but, like, there's so many games that use tab for inventory, and now I don't know which one I want to use. Okay, I think E is pretty good. E's pretty good for these seal flippers. Yeah, I have my bow. Hello, piggies. Alright. Oh. The guy that wants to murder booty cheeks. I think I should have made this. Oh, I have shears now. Shears. Is it catfish? Woo! Wait, I wanna. Oh, leaves. I'm afraid. Boop, boop. There you go. Pumpkin, pumpkin, pumpkin. Sorry. This one, this one. I hope that Mew's chat and my chat are having a lovely day, by the way. I just say that periodically. There we go. These leaves be looking leafy. Alright, I'm happy now. Luffy, the One Piece? The One Piece is real. Yeah, it's fucking poggin'. They've got me having a good time with it. I regret to say that I might be hooked. What? It's a good show. The One Piece! The One Piece is real! It is real. I enjoy every second of it. I wanna... Yeah, I think I think that's fine. How do you mine lucky blocks or? Oh. Does anybody know where some spruce is? Yeah, spruce. Yes, please. Quesadilla does. Yeah, just whoever, whenever, whatever works. I am not. I do not want to inconvenience. Flowering. Oh, I want the flowering one instead. I can sleep. Oh my gosh, here's why I play Minecraft. You play Minecraft? Are you playing on the server compact or are you playing solo? Thank you for the wellness check. Let me drink. I put my advancedgg in the fridge and now it's been cold for longer. It makes me happy because I don't like it when my drinks get room temperature. I'm in Wyoming now. Wait, where's your destination? I know. My POV your door. Wait, did we both get a raid at the same time? Oh shit. Hello. Yeah, you got raided by Bambi. I got raided by Kiri. Hello. How was RV there yet? How was it? Hello. Welcome on in. Thank you for the raid. We're playing Minecraft. We're playing. Fuck you and your boat, is what they said. Not me. That's what they said. I'm in the bed. So. We are thieves. Your health is most important to us. Chicken jockey. We of course had to do a duo raid, and we saw you both streaming together, so we did this. Yeah, you bamboozled me. I was like, wait, what? Wait, what? Seal of approval. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Or. No, don't be homeless. Ow! Ah! I'm so glad. I'm very afraid of those lucky blocks. Alright, hopefully there'll be enough room for those. Unlucky. Hello, crow. Excuse me. Okay, I'm going. Ow, ow. Watch out. What? Oh, I just realized BLT is in front of. That's fine. It's fine. It's not fine. I gotta fix it. It's gonna bug me. Bug me. Come here, BLT. Okay. Wait, why are you attached? Why is everything attaching to me? Okay. Yep. Hey. The body's on. Another chest. Shovel. I need to fix the hole at my house. Oh, yippee! Thank you. I appreciate it. Gotta put carrots. Gotta plant these carrots. It's okay, I've never found one. You can have all of mine. Hello, Rainer. Welcome on in. Boop, boop. Oh, man. Think I put... I don't know where I want to put the farm. Hi, Moira. Bye, Moira. Anyway, don't mean to raid and run, but I gotta rest. No, you're totally good. Get good rest. Take care of yourself. We'll be here entertaining. Or mostly vibing, but entertaining. Hopefully. And being seals! There's no rush. I'm literally just filling a hole. Which is over here. Excusez-moi. Yes, I can. Boop, boop. Gib. Thank you. Thank you. Oh my. I will treasure this. I will put it in an item frame. I have any leather? I don't think I do. It might got stolen by an otter. Be careful. These streets are filled with otters. Ooh, food. I've been starving out here, honestly. Are you eating my food? Crow, get out of here. Big eyes. You like my eyes? I'm staring into your soul. I changed the eyes. Big ol' eyes. Big ol' eyes. That's okay. I wanted a boat too. Oh my god! It has mending on it. Holy shit. Imagine me bowing. I'm bowing right now. Evil potion. What the fuck? What does this do? Oh! I didn't know it was that kind of evil. I thought it meant, like, you know, turn me into a vampire evil or something. Ooh. I can get a horse now. Haunts. Oh. Oh, I do have bees around here. Oh, thank you. Thank you, thank you. I feel like goodwill. Oh, okay. Hello. Thank you. Oh, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Thank you. Oh shit, thank you. Holy shit. Okay, well, I'll go adventuring and I'll bring you back something. I'll give you my first diamond I find. Love you. Okay. Yeah, that bear's a bitch. He's lowering my property. Let's go. He was lowering my property value. Thank you. How do I want to do this? Oh, I made the wrong thing. Who, me? No, I'm okay. I'm good now. I was given stew and some very shiny melon. Pumpkin, pumpkin, pumpkin. Okie dokie. Kind of want to make. Maybe. I make my walls out of this. Yeah. Hello. Hello, Dordle. Wait, I had a name tag. I was gonna name. I don't have an anvil. Mew, do you have an anvil at your house? Boop, 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 boop. Wait, no, I need some of these blocks. This can go in here. I'll put my melon. My melon. My melon. Bread. Wood that I don't know what to do with because I made the wrong thing. Wait, I want to try a resource pack. Reinstall. Oh my, oh my. Noise, 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 noise. You guys have a baby. I want you guys to have a baby. There's my carrot. An apple. Ooh. I have no carrot. Did I eat all the carrots? Oh no, I planted the carrots. Ah. Hmm. No, I stripped a log I didn't mean to strip. Fuck. Miu, do you have an anvil at your house? I mean, no rush. I mean, this name tag's not going anywhere. And neither are you, daggone. Neither are you. Yeah. I got plenty of iron. I've become a demon. What is this from? This has to be on. Oh, it's from Farmer's Delight. Okay. I need the stove. I need bricks. I need shovels. Wahaba. I will be here trying not to drown myself getting clay. It's a good idea. I will sleep too. Oh, bonk. My face itches. Oh my god, sorry. Sorry. I was trying to break this grass block that was in front of me. I'm so sorry. Holy shit. Hey, what's up, dog? Oh, thank you. Alright, daggone. It's time. I'll put this right here. What's up? Another one? Alright, daggone. I should have named him Dagon Jr. Shit. No! No! Get back in the pen! Get back in the pen, you fucking... No, I don't have any carrots for you right now! Hey, can you be a little guy, please? Sorry to ask you to do something immediately as you get up, but you're kind of ruining the aesthetic right now. Oh my god, you picked it up? Wait, do you... Oh my god. There was a golden one around here. Maybe they're friends. Hope you slept well. Ooh. I don't know what that does, but I always thought they looked cool. Oh, fuck. Goddamn bee. Another cow. Are there any other cows around? I see some sheeple. See more sheeple. I see a ferret. No, no. No cows. I have some gold that I'm not using. I have 11 gold, like raw gold. Do I want to? Do I want to do that though? Okay. There we go. Oh, this overrid my fluffy leaves. Oh man. Done. Okay. One Piece. One Piece. Lucky block. Other ingots and a dropper. I'm good. Ghost has been nothing but kind. It's kind of rude that you would immediately come here and be like, sus, in my opinion. Lava. What's lava wax enchantment do? I don't know. I need to make an orchard. This looks nice. I like this. And then, do I want to use, no, I want to use oak planks maybe for this. Oh shit, my house is uneven. I'll do it this way then. That looks good. Windows should be an even number, me think. So 1, 2. I don't know, an odd number wouldn't be so bad. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. Oh, I made an even number. Elaine can't math apparently. Like that maybe, and then we could. Maybe opposite actually. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, then we can. Yeah. And then I need smooth stone. Cobblestone. Brick. And then I need three. I have my campfire. Nope. Damn it. Do I have, oh man, I need some more iron. You need a mod for that. Well, okay, well then we can just live with the enemies, man. Let us live with them. Gotta bug up. Whoever's the blue one is looking like a gumball. That would be Shems. Shems is a little gumball. I like the Big Sean. B Sean, sorry. There's no IG in that B. My bad. No, he's trying, I think, is what he's doing. I think he is that shade of blue. I should do it here. There we go. And then I need... Oh, I can do the thing now. I'm trying to smell like 5 things at once and I don't have enough furnaces. Now I have a stove. This might be a bit snug. Yeah, that might be better. I can put my chests over here, and then I'll put... Oh. Go. it's sunny now. The chest. There you go. Yeah, yeah. Need a ladder. Ladder. Let's just made of sticks. Oh, metronome. This one. Oop. There you go. I need to start making some windows. Windows. There you go. And now I can make a brick to final off these bricks for here. And now I need to make a ladder. I need one more ladder. Daytime. Daytime! Oh, I did this dumb. Ah. Well. I did do them. I think. Floor. Hey. Yeah, I so fucked that up. I need to make this one wider. God. Very spooky. Okay, this one. Honestly, I should just bring it over to 4. But then if I bring that one over to 4, it's not going to line up with the door anymore. God damn it. And then I gotta scoot this one too. Ground oceanless and big. Vanishing before my eyes. Living a nightmare. There we go. Might switch these. Boop. Too short to jump up that high. Ooh, this outside needs a bit more shape to it, don't you think? Where the fuck is my pig? Oh, right, he left. Oh. I don't have enough carrots for this pig. I'll go get a carrot. There's some wild carrots near my house. I just have to find one. Ooh, what kind of snack you having? Ooh, I heard when you got those. Did you like freeze it? Did you make it cold? Fair, fair. I forgot I could just pick up the pig. Yippee! Alright, I forgot I could pick up the pig, so now the pig is back, and the pig stays in the farm. I need another set of stairs. No. Yeah, the only thing I found that like does that like with mods is if you have the dank mod, which makes a little like it's like a backpack but with less storage, but you can like stack up to like almost 1,000, but you can put as many of those in a backpack, and it's like 12 rows, I think. Oh, the traveler's backpack, I think it's called. Redwood 1, 2, 3. There we go. There you go. That's not what I want. No, that's not what I wanted to do. What are we wanting with wood? There you go. Yeah, it's cute. I break my bed and do I have? Thought I had slabs. I guess I don't. Oh no, I made spruce slabs. I can make the inside of it darker though. Oops. I want my bed to sit. I'm gonna go get another sheep. Get a sheep. Where's some sheep? And there's sheep across the way. There is sheep across the way. Don't consent to this. Alright, Captain. Do you need like how many wool do you need for a bed? I forget. I'm sorry, sheep. Make bed. Then I think boop. blue orchid. Yes, please. Now I have a 2-bip. You can do that with shader pack mods. Like I think Sodium has that built in. Yeah, like I have that on mine right now. I love Minecraft. Minecraft's so very good. Minecraft is very good. Shader packs are pretty cool. Is that where I want to put my head, or do I want to put my head this way? I think I like this. I would have been so sad. I would have ran to you and fucking hotspotted with my phone. That was possible. I would have been like, Mio, I'm coming with the hotspot. Easy. We got room. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. You're going to the sea? How are you gonna go to the sea? Oh, me? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Over to the barn? Over to my barn? You're gonna visit my barn? Oh my god. And be like, I can smell the cacao in the wind. I know where she is. We can. I was doing it earlier. Wait. Wait, also, I realized that means on my... I realized that we're on opposite sides of each other on my stream, so I'm just gonna flip us really quick. There we go. Wait, can you do that again one more time? Can you, like, lean the other way? Let me take the screenshot. Oh, wait, shit, I can't hold on. Wait. Okay. Thank you, wife. Steal lane! Or. Why is this not sorting by date? Please. That's crazy. I go, babe. I will be right back, chat. You gotta protect me, chat. All right. I'm gonna be. The time to eat people, I'll eat them. I should put a door. All right. I'll be right back.
And back. I'm back. A bunch of these nuts. Oh. I'm so sorry. Do I? Oh. Oh. Oop. There you go. That's the wrong block. Gosh darn it. Ooh. Ooh, thank you for the song request. There we go. Oh shit, look at that airship. I have it open. Look at that. Big boy. But yeah. You're big adventuring. 2, 3, 4. 2. Now I need some doors. Some doors.
Dark ones don't look bad. Maybe make spruce ones though. Ooh, ooh. Why would they hate airships? Oh! Fair. Dwarven metal incoming. I'm excited. Thank you. Gotta make this like... did you ask the ocean nicely? I don't know. Poseidon's pretty stingy bitch, so... Ooh. Yo, this is fucking epic. No, I'm okay. Thank you, though. Yes, sir. I need to cut down the spruce trees. I need a shovel. Oh, I don't have a shovel. Or what did it have in it that makes you say this? More XP for free? Oh, did you get one of those artifacts that like lets you passively gain XP? Ooh. Like some chairs out here. Gotta do... Yeah. I put a crafting table out here though. Three. Humongous. Look something up. Okay. But I don't want to use campfires. I will use trapdoors. Hello, Rubat. Welcome on in. Welcome, welcome. Lovely to see you. Slabs. Then I will use... Ooh, I have an idea. Yeah, I will use a wood to do the thing I desire. Hello, Moira. Welcome back. Hello, me. Nope, that's gotta go in here. Boop. Oh, I need so much. Already? Ooh. Epic gamer over here. I made some moonshine recently that's basically high proof Baileys. Damn, what percent you think it is? Is it like big boy proof? I don't know a lot about alcohol. So please enlighten me. I'm just a guy that plays Minecraft. Yeah. I know what the proof it is. It's 90 proof. Damn, nice. Wait, is moonshine illegal to make still, or is that legal now? Or is it illegal? Is it like... Yeah, I think it's illegal to sell it. Yeah. Yeah. Back in ye old days. It is illegal to sell. Okay. What kind of flavor is the moonshine that you're making? Is it just base or like... They do not want to give me the one bean. Many of you are stuck on 7 out of 8, and I'm sorry. I can't control it. This is not... It's my show, but it's not my... It's not my math. It's not my math. Oh, Elaine had another idea. I think spruce. Nowadays, moonshine is unaged whiskey, but is a coffee chocolate moonshine. Coffee chocolate. I feel like you told me about this before, but that sounds so fucking good. Like, I don't like alcohol, but I don't know. I feel like that would taste really like a coffee chocolate. Like, I feel the bitterness of the coffee would suppress the bitterness of the alcohol a little bit. Is this my plant one? Oh, yes, it is my plant one. Fuck it. Okay, Mr. Alcoholic, listen here. Listen here, Mr. Alcoholic. And you need to calm down. Chat, don't listen to him. Three days! Come on, dude. How cold. I think it's more like lukewarm turkey, if we had to be real here. Ow! Why am I being bugged? Oh, thank you. Thank you. I feel so much better. I think I should do... I need to shear more leaves. That's 10. Would Yuri again? I don't think that's the statement you wanted to use there, bud. Bam-a-lam. Bam-a-lam. Woo! Wait, I have an emote for this. I always think of this after. A new land. Can I have one? Would you donate one to the maincoow Foundation? I've never opened one before. Is that in my house? No, this tree grew into my house. Was the jackpot. Yay for Yuri. Yeah, with the dropper. I'm lazy. I'm just lazy. I don't. Aww. Someone teleport me to Shems so that way I can steal all his blocks. Indie, kick him. Oh shit, wait, okay. Do it right now. Do it. I'm ready. Gapples? Come here, Shems. Come here. Give me some of your lucky blocks. Give it! You fucking gluttonous. You gluttonous creature. This is the greed that the Bible talks about, you sinner. Come back, please. Come back. I see that whiskey bottle in your hand. Come back here. Ooh, there's cows. I will kill you where you stand for your sins. You will run out of food eventually, sir. And I will too. Where the fuck did these... What? Not unless I kill you first.
Open
Oh my god, hello, Tini! Welcome on in! Hello, Alien! Welcome. Thank you for the raid. I hope you're having a wonderful day. Welcome on in. How was Pokemon? Hope you had a good time. I'm currently trying to kill Shems because he's sucking all the land up of all of its good stuff. He's being a lot lizard right now. It was good, thank you. Getting the ball raid. Gee, oh my god. Zero, thank you for the follow. Welcome on in. The Farag people. Oh my god, you are so... Why are you so fast? Oh, is it Phoenix? Oh, we need a new planet hangout. Yeah, definitely. We just playing Minecraft this week because my friends wanted to play. But I hope you had a wonderful time with Pokemon. If you need a raid and rest, feel free to do so. I adore you very, very much, and thank you for raiding us, homie. It means a lot. I hope I can keep your people entertained with me and my friends playing Minecraft. Hopefully I can kill Shems. Or we can have a peace treaty, and he can take me to a lucky block, and I can open one, maybe die, and then have a good time. And then he doesn't have to die. Oh, that was a very scary jump. You think? I can smell you, Shems. I can smell you, Shems. Look at you. You're destroying the local ecosystem. Yeah, but did you but that wood look polished. Can't spare octopus. Oh. Gotta go get some post-stream care, but love you, friend. Love you, friend. Thank you again so much for the raid. Yes, bye, Teeny. Wait, Indy, can you teleport me to Shems again? He's very far away from me. Oh! You son of a bitch. Ow! Ow, no! You know what, chat? It's alright. I got out with some stuff, though. I got out with an emerald block. And an iron trap door, and some redstone, and some pistons, and some... Why the fuck? Most of this is trash. What the fuck? I got a note block. I got a note block. This is a bedside table. Oh, God! Oh, I got a daylight sensor from Shems. That's not bad. Take me to church. Take me to Snurch. Oh man, I gotta fix my inventories. It's all Shems' fault. It made me mess up my inventory is all disorganized now, man. You didn't have to run. I mean, listen, man. I said there we could add a peace treaty if you showed me to a lucky block, which you greedily did not. So I feel like I'm pretty justified here. Well, I gave you the option to show me where the goods were. 1, 2, 3. Chat, I think this house. Oh no, I don't think this one should have one in the middle. Actually, this house is coming together though. Using all my Minecraft knowledge. That's how I feel every time I play Minecraft. Because the first thing I do is I start terraforming, so I'm like digging for an entire session. And then I'm like, I'm sorry guys, this is boring as fuck. True. But what if the stream is just Minecraft? Ooh! Genius, I love it. What's Minecraft? Ghost, Shems is kind of being a hog. Can you deal with him? It's kind of... Yeah, he like, I went to go visit him, and I kindly asked him if like I could please have a lucky block, because I've never tried one before, and then he killed me. No, it's okay. Yeah, Shems, why'd you have to kill me? Look at them greed in those eyes. The shoe fits. Okay, I had an idea with this. Tasmanian double. I wrote a paper about Tasmanian double when I was in middle school. Damn, dude. Yeah, that's how I feel about dolphins. monkeys ain't so bad. Monkeys ain't so bad, right? Well, I mean, same. I guess like they're Homo sapiens, so same. Take me to snurch. Six by 6. Damn. I don't know if I like this. Obtuse. Haha, Shems. Wanna be with you in the night. Brr. Boop, boop. Alright, and then... Oh, did I fuck this up again? I think I did. Oh, Jeebus. Hello, Moon. Welcome on in. How's your day? Welcome. I'm just playing Minecraft with my friends. Is this enough? Is this too tall? Oh, gonna die from cuteness. Yeah, be of our wife for seals today. Oh, this might be a little... This might be a little low. 2 seals? Yes, 2. Count 'em. 1, 2. Yeah, I bet Ghost does have some giant wood. Oh, man. I'm afraid Risham's to be in my house. Wow, what a lame excuse. What a lame excuse when I could just do this. I did. Okay. Ah, there we go. I put it in the chat, man. Oh, thank you. I've only been bonked. Do you want to go all together? Yeah, but I mean, like, Shems could wait. We just ban them until we're ready. Just ban them until we're ready. What about benches? I don't like a bench more. Moon is the best. These are iron ingots. Ooh, I like these though. I like the oak ones. I think I might. Oh, you want? I can go to bed. Yeah, I can go to bed. Sorry. I'm going. Oh no. Hey, I mean, hey, if you need someone to keep you warm, I know like at least 2 people. Oh! Where am I? Okay. What's happening here? Oh shit! So, look. Sneaky with what? Did I just open it with like a pickaxe? Oh! Oh. Oh man, he takes diamonds. Thanks, man. I don't want to carry this all the way back. Fuck that. The fuck? My house is so far away. Oh, okay. Wait, come back. Okay. Okay, I'm ready. Thank you. I have no diamonds. I've never seen a diamond. I'm holding him, so it should be good. Yeah. Hello. Would you like a villager? Like a house guest? Oh my god, your house is nice. There you go. Now you can have. Alright, I'll hold him. Oh my god, your house. Oh, I see why you need the cobblestone. Ah. Oh, this is nice. Look at them. Looking kinda dumb with a finger and her thumb. Shape of an forehead. I think. Could you leash them? Wait, do you want to watch me open them? You want me to open them? I'm coming. No. Me. Hey, Shims. Alright. I got the lucky blocks. I'll put it... Should I do it in the middle of my house? I'll do it right here. I'll take the risk. I'll take the risk. How do I pick it back up? I already placed it, though. Yeah, I already placed one of them. Is this... Maybe I could, like... Nah, it's fine. It's fine. Such cute... Yeah, Mew makes all of her emotes. They're super cute. Mew made me an emote. The excited one, maincoow excite, she did that one. . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . All right. I'm gonna open this box and hopefully it's not bad. Oh my god. It was a bunch of droppers. So I can make more. This? Yeah, that one. That one. Yes. And I think there was another one I think that she made as well. This is me stream. Oops. Yeah. Mew also made my wave one. That's okay. I'm not switching mine until I debut. Yes, yes. Mew also made our snuggle emotes. Yep. Alright, I'm gonna open my last box. Maybe a little bit further away from my house because I feel like I've sapped my luck a little bit. So I'm gonna, like, right here. Aw. Oh! Ow! 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 The lava. Yeah, it's good. Well, I have a cool installment now. Take that sign. Do you want my bucket? I only have this one because I'm poor. That's okay. That's okay. Yeah, that's the snuggle emote. I don't know where my wave emote is. Oh, Mew also made this emote, maincoow, but I added the poo. Hello. Fucking. I have droppers now. Give it. Yeah, I can give it back. Hold on. Oh my god, I'm rich now. Thank you. I'll put these in my backpack. It was 19. You gave me 19. Now I have 12 droppers. God damn, look at you, dripping gold. Oh, right, I was making a bench. Oh, I needed birch. Wait, can I use the lavender? No, I can't. Okay. Shems drowned. Oh, fair. I need birch. Old growth birch. Ooh. Alright, I gotta go. Okay, I gotta go get birch. I have a lot of shit in my inventory, though. Okay, at least put stuff away organized. Elaine, don't. What are the sticky notes on Mew's screen? They are donations to help Mew move, because Mew's gotta move. Oh, you put a penis in my chest! There's a penis in my chest. There was a pattern of a penis in my chest! Hi, dog sweaters! It's a penis in my chest. Yeah, dog sweater's great. We love dog sweaters. Yes. So true. Why don't you should just call out? I need money too. Solidarity. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. I hate it when boats do that. Oh, horsies. Is it this way? It's this way. Gotta go this way. If he is, Mew, ban him. Ban him. Ban him. Wow, yeah. Are you not grateful for the gold star that no one else has? I'm grateful. Run. Mew seals look high. She look happy. She's a happy gal. Alright. Coochie. Elaine, I think I finally figured out my issue with Maya crashing. What happened? What happened? Tell me. I wish to know. But did you finally get the turntable done? Ow, what the fuck? Something's hitting my boat. Lamp. Wait, I wish I dug it out. I went too far. A boat. Oh, it's a drowned. Leave me alone. Ow. Ow, what the fuck? They were invisible. Beb. So my teacher recommended I change preferences from rendering with GPU into CPU as a backup. For some reason the setting causes... I'm glad that that worked out, Star. Yeah, it might be funky like that, honestly. Yeah. I like this being here. Whee. This is nice. Wink. I don't know what I want to put here. I mean, it's not bad as it is, but I think it needs a little something, something. Oh my goodness. VTuber Simp 101. Oh my goodness. Thank you for the follow. Welcome on in. Hope you're having a lovely day. 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I can't count. I can't button. No boop. Boop, boop. Welcome, 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 welcome. Hope you enjoy your time here. Would you like some of my diamonds? Yippee! Just happens to match his view. Yeah, the green's the same, isn't it? It's like the same green, which is very interesting because they're like two. Isn't the arm one from Shenpai's chat, and then obviously the face is Naomi. Oh, the tree didn't break. I have milk at my house. I have cow. I have daggone. Daggone. Oh, hello. Boop, boop. I want to smelt some more iron. My iron go. Here it is. And I need some coal. Except I'm clicking all the wrong buttons. There we go. Nope, nope. When you two lean towards each other and squish or squeezing each other. Yeah! I think it's really cute when we get to lean next to each other. Mm. I need you out of my home, please. Thank you. Oh, I need some of these. Boop. Boop, boop. Oop, wrong one. Lantern. Oh, wait. Oh, I didn't need to do that. How? That was me whitewash for a second? What? What? Oh, naked. You can turn the setting off. Yeah, in the settings where you like have all your hotkeys at the top of it, it's like use numbers for hotkeys. And you can just turn that off and then it'll just ignore it until you turn it back on. naked. I do. Separate ways. You. You. There we go. It's coming together. It's coming together. Schweber? What did you change your Schweber to? Ooh, cute. Pink. Pink. I got a Cuba slime. I got a slime block. Thank you for a wellness check. Oh. Make both of you hydrate. Yeah, thank you. Appreciate you hydrating there, my love. Oh my goodness. You're getting tired, you know. Don't. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, make sure to take break. Take break, you know. Just watering my seals. I hope so. 2, 3. 1, 2. 2, 3, 4. Oh. Shams, are you going to work? Okay. Have a good time at work. I wish I could remake this into block, but I cannot. That's okay. Oh, yeah, give me a idea. I'm very curious on how I'm gonna make this roof. Wee. Spruce. And then put this spruce. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. But did I have to do it like that? What? I think I might want to make it out of stone. Maybe? Cobblestone. Do cobblestone. Or cobbled deep slate would look nice actually if we can make steps out of that. We can. Yeah. Ow. Oh wait, did that break? Oh, I think that broke. Oh man. Furniture chest. Furniture. Redstone furniture. I can keep this in here. God damn! Furniture, keep. Why? What? Oh. I'm going to sleep. Good night, Pocky. Good night. Sleep well. Thank you for hanging out. Good night. Have a nice dream. Thank you. Thank you. Cheers. Dirt. Okay. I need food. Oops. I didn't mean to pluck that carrot. Boop. I can get some chickens. I make the farm bigger before I get chickens, actually. Can we make anything with seeds? Nope. Wait, how do we make a compost bin? With slabs? Cool. Oh, I need wood. It's Mew's time to be like, I got you. And then go get some cobble deep slate time. Cobble deep slate time. Where's my hole? Did I run past the hole? I did. I ran past the hole. You can change the timing of it. You can change the timing of it. You can make it for however long. It's in the it's a little annoying. It's in the config files. You can also do it through Pebble hosting, I think. Like you don't technically need a mod to do it. I think you can just do it through the Pebble hosting console. What's the difference between this is the basalt, isn't it? Yeah, it is. Oh wait, it's right here. It's right here. Wait, I think I need iron. Yep. Lapis. Boop. Got a whole, well, yeah, he's a gamer. He probably already has a backup diamond pickaxe probably. I didn't know that's how that vein mining thing worked. I've been, oh. So I saw it and I was like, oh, that's cool. But then like it wasn't doing it like automatically. I was like, okay, well, whatever. Maybe it's an upgrade thing. Ooh, I should not do that. What a hero can save. Oh, so helpful. Does the vein miner mod, does it like break your pickaxe according to like how much it would have cost you, or is it just okay, cool. Okay, I'll get one more. Yeah, a little bit more. I figured when I saw like your CO like going wah wah, I was like, she be singing her heart out, ain't she? Yeah. I have 4 more blocks. 1, 2, 3, 4. Not again. Okay, I gotta go. Gotta go back. Gotta go back. I don't know. I think it's this way. I see a light this way. I think I was wrong. I am now lost. Where am I? Where am I? I have to go up, I think. Cardio, now to sit in silence. Ah! Fuck. You know what? Ooh. Okay. It was a planned attack upon my person. Now just sit in silence. Oh no, that's tree. I don't want to cut down the tree. I like this tree. Oops. Gotta bounce, but you have a lovely day. Good night, Moon! Have a lovely night. Thank you for dropping in. I appreciate you so much. I will see you hasta tomorrow. Probably. It's like a demon. Oh. Is it from Alex's mom's? I have my book on me. I could look. Yeah, it is. It's called The Drop Bear. It's a hostile, demonic, looking marsupial native to the nether wastes. Sunny is the smartest. You're smart a lot of the times. What? Am I stuck crouching? What's happening here? Oh, I was stuck underneath the bush. You're smart all the time. You're hella smart to me. Ow! Ow, vexed. Ow! What have I done this time? this tree a little bit. Just need it just a little bit. There we go. There we go. Not your boot. God, I can't. Hi, Vex. Oop. I could go underneath, maybe? Ow. Ow. Well, now I just sit in silence. Eh. Eh. Boop. Boop, boop. Excuse me, Mr. Tree. I'm sorry, Mr. Tree, but I gotta put these blocks down. There you go. Oops. Wait, no. Oh, I still got it back. One, two, three. Boop. I need to get oak first before I start doing stuff. I gotta go cut down a tree. This will be the tree that I cut. Oh, actually, don't cut that one down. Go cut down a different one. Go over here. And now we do this one and oak planks, and now we have a bunch of wood. I don't know how roofs like this work. If it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, so it's got to stop there. So wait, how do the roof work? You just build it like it would be built, right? Oh, I did the roof sideways. God damn it.
Okie dokie. Oh. Oh, hello, little bee. Little baby bee. Hello. My pick about to break. I gotta go make a new one. Ow, fuck, I fell again. Hello, Kuma. Thank you for the song request. What, is that the beehive? No, it looks like wood. I don't know. Oh, the bees are there. Oh, I can make a thing. Do you have to... I'll just look it up. Bees. I was wondering if, like, with the bee box, like, if you have to, like, smoke it out so the bees aren't mad at you. Okay. Yeah. Bloop. I need one of these. Come on in, everyone. Come on in, Kuma. Did you sleep well? I hope you slept wonderfully well. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Oh, does it have to be logs? I want to get these guys some more flowers. These bees need some more flowers. Well, they have plenty of flowers actually around, so I think it'll be okay. Just got off work. How was work? Did you have a good work day? Did I make... Okay, didn't. Yippee! This gotta go into furniture chest. There you go. Boop. And then I have a bucket. Go. Bee. What can I make with honey? Sugar, honey cookies. Ooh. Weed's not done yet, so it's been chill. I just started. I'm still learning the ropes. Well, I hope it's a good job, and I hope they're treating you well. Cause you deserve a good paying job that treats you well. Oh no. Oh no. I gotta put the book back in my backpack. Boop, boop. Alright, now I gotta go back. There's a seagull. Oh. There's rose quartz? We got rose quartz? Soon we'll have lava rabbits. Woof. Boop. Aw. There we go. Oh yeah. Those are the bone serpents. I look at Mew stream. Okay. Whoa, dude. The fuck's that? It's like an hourglass. Oh. Hmm. Oop. Huh. What the fuck? Okay, now how do I do? Tuck goes that way, and then does. Yeah. Yeah. Are you done, Mew? I feel like I did this wrong. I think Elaine doesn't understand how roofs work. But like, what if it's going into the wall a little too much? No? Damn. I think I realized my problem though. Do I have a face? I'm a believer. There's not a trace of doubt in my mind. I'm in love. Then I saw her face, and I'm a believer without a trace of doubt in my mind. I love.
god, so many tortugas. Hey, wait, what? Oh, excuse me? Ow. Hello? Hello? There's a skeleton somewhere. I can't see the skeletons. Weird. Okay. And I saw her face. I'm a believer. I feel like this is possible. I just don't understand how. Oh! Oh. Oh. Ah, nom nom. Oh god, a little tweet. A little tweet. Alright. Oh, I need that block. Give me this. Oh, I'm gonna die because I keep falling off my house. Okay, so... Hi, Oso! We are seals. How are you doing today? I hope you're having a lovely day. Fuck. My math is bad. I hope you're doing good. I am doing good. Thank you for asking. I hope your comms are going good. You had a little bit of that breaky, but I hope they're going well. I'm trying to make a house in Minecraft, and my brain isn't exactly braining, but... Okay, so... No, my brain just gotta orient itself. I'm doing good. Lots of editing done. Even more to do. You go get him, tiger. You go get him. Well, you go get him, bear man. Technically. You got this. Get that bread. Oh, I broke my toe. My lantern. Thanks, Cool Bean. Thank you for stopping by. It means a lot to me. And then... Wait. Follow my wonderful wife, Mew. Thank you. Thank you. I wanted Mew to match me as a seal. Hey, Knox. Yeah, it's part of the plot. Got some pretty good plot going on, you know, guys? But yeah, I have 2 long forms I have to finish, 2 shorts. I'm just finished fixing. Another one I need to do. Another long form coming up next week. 10 shorts I gotta do up. Jesus! Jesus! Oh my goodness. Look at you, busy bear. Busy bear. Oh, that looks like ass. Oh. Oh. So I gotta lock in this week. You got this. Just put on one of your streamers, and then you got this, like Gab Gab. Mushy boing. Moosh. Good thing is that with that money, I'll go to Ren Fair, a town over, if they're selling mini. Oh, yeah! Get that medieval armor, bruh. I've mm-hmm. Yeah, and then this one's gotta go this way. I think. Wait, maybe. Okay, I think my roof is roofing. We're doing good, chat. Yeah, and then that, yeah, and then this, yes, okay. And then now we need a dirt. And this can happen like this. Sounds good. Let you cry no more. Yippee! I think, yeah, after Minecraft, I think I'll finish up that PNG that I was working on. Added stairs. I have. I think, unfortunately for my VTuber, I'd have to do a lot of tweaking, and then it would look like my model. Cause you can like make a lot of like, cause they have like custom stuff. Like there's like a slot for you to make customs in every like category. Yeah, it's on like sale. I think like, woo! I think like regardless like of like if you use the emotes, they're good bases, so you could like technically just make your own, like in your own style if you wanted to. Is how I kind of took like got away from it. Boop boop. I don't like that, but that's okay. Do you need some? I have some. And by some, I think a stack. Okay. I have two stacks of 51. Are you at Mew's house? Okay, I'm coming. The spawn. I'll call it spawn. If you'd like. I'll call it spawn. Boop, 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 boop. I'm coming. Excuse me, bear. Hey, bear. Beep, 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 beep. They're scary. Ow. Okay, I'm gonna sleep first. And then I'll be there. We're good. All right. Alright, come again. Yippee! Yippee! Ah! We're good, sorry. There's a creeper. There you go. I'm out. Oh, creeper, please! So I was gonna say something so nice, and then creeper blew my asshole up. Sandpaper. Knock, knock. This is not. Hey, here you go. I have a stack of 64, so. There you go. Let's go back. There's a piggy. And that's a spider. That's okay. That's me when I start my stream. Like, I'm yawning for like the first like hour of stream. That's not just a new boulder, it's a rock. Yippee! Is that your Discord PFP right now? Is that the one? Let's go! I don't know what this one is. Let's go. Say a bye-bye. Mute server is cool because you get to see cool stuff. Ow. Ooh, sapling. George Clooney. Damn. I'm gonna make this. No, I'll make it. In the ground. Oh, I already ran out. Shit. Shit. I didn't think I'd run out. The bazookas. I don't know how to do this. Oh, happy birthday. Happy birthday. I can still say happy birthday. I joined the Milk Club and my trip to the Cove is pending apparently. Welcome to the Milk Club. We watch One Piece on Sundays. It's not too late. Yeah, I'm down for that. So, it'll just be Seal Day. I was trying to be clever, but it wasn't coming out. 1, 2, 1, 2 could be here. Seal Wednesdays. Seal Day, Seal Day. I don't like how this looks. I think I'm gonna make them slabs. Do I have any slabs? Oh, I had stairs. What can make shelves? This is a bit claustrophobic right here. Okay, and then if I do... There you go. Manifesting. No. Alrighty. Oh wait, this needs to go in the furniture chest. No wonder I was confused. One, two. I need more. Yippee! Oop. How do I get to that side of my house now? I guess I could make dirt stairs. Boop, boop. It's not aesthetic, but it doesn't need to be. Alright, this one, and then... Excuse me. Oop. Maybe I'll do this like this, and then... But if I... Oh! Thank you for the 50 minutes for me, too! Oh, thank you! Oh, thank you! Thank you. I appreciate it. Keeping the lights on. Here's what you're doing. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Don't know what this rift is, but it's pretty cool. Oh, you've given me a tweet. A tweet? Yeah, because this one doesn't have like a boop on it, so I made it the tweet. Yeah. Shields. Hey, Mark. Hello, Mark. How you doing? Yes, we are Shields today.
This homeless man won't leave, so I'm spraying him with dirty brown water. What the fuck? Okay. Do I have any more? I have no more glass panes. What will I do? What will I do with you? I don't know. If I could just make them flat instead. I could. But Elaine, I have a joke for you. What is this joke? I'm intrigued. Will it make me hee hee ha? Or will it make me hee hee ho? Two more. 1, 2. Yeah, there we go. But I still need more deep slate because the outside's not done. But the inside's pretty much done. I heard her joke and now I shall get the book. What? What stops the ocean from leaking out, Mark? Fine joke, young chap. Very good. Very good. Yeah, that's good. And then should put more blocks there. Cobblestone. Redwood. Keep the dirt. Keep these two. When does a joke become a dad joke? I don't know. When does it become? Why do cows moo? Why? I'm ready. The poor tibbies. The poor nippies. The poor nippies. When it becomes up. Go like that when there is a good one. Ooh, ho, 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 ho. Yeah, I might need more cobblestone in. Ford Focus. What do you call a cow with 2 legs? What do you call a cow with 2 legs? With all the lies that you've been living in. Lean bean. I like it. What do you call a dog with no legs? That poor dog. For folk. Yeah, that's pretty good. Which way does the higher one go?
same as the majority of the house, so horizontal. Okay. I want to see how it looks from the outside. That's my friend. How the lies that you've been living in. When I want to be me again, I'd understand. What do you call a magic labacadabra? That's a long ass word. I'm gonna be real with you. I can't read that one. It's a long ass word. Ah, there. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. That makes sense. Gotta take all these down now. So relaxed. I'm just chilling like a villain. That's fair. That is fair. That is fair. What? I feel like it took you 4 seconds to say that. Very squinty too. How well? What do you mean? There we go. My house is coming along. Damn. Damn. Ooh. Oh. There you go. Hello, piggies. Are my carrots done? Oh my god, they are. Who wants to have babies? Who wants to have babies? Little baby piggy. I'll go find you a wife, daggone. Hold on, I'll be back. Oh shit. Where is a cow? House looking aesthetic. Thank you. I'm trying my best. I need a cow though. Go run around looking for one. A cow. Huh. There's a sheep. There's a sheep. I don't want a sheep. I want a cow. Chickens! Take some chickens. Cow. Actually, I'll go get that cow first and then I'll get chickens. Cow, you're coming with me. I want to have baby cows, so you're coming with me. Oh. Hello, cow.
Hello, Mr. Enderman. Please leave me alone. I told your brother's uncle to also leave me alone, and then he jumped into a pool of water because I was next to it. It was very scary. Oh, okay. Boop. There we go. Now time to get some wheat. Boop, boop. I need more wheat. Give me baby cow. Where is he? Where is he? Let me see him. Baby! Baby! Well, they're different sizes too. That's cool. Baby. Wonder if I can go get Grabble. Yippee! I want a flint. Do you have to mine with a shovel to get flint? I will look up. I will look up in case. Flint is when a block of gravel is mined, there is a 10% chance. Mined? Okay. Yeah. I just wanted to light the thing for my bee, the campfire for my bees. Let's see if I can grab one. I got one. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. I don't have food. I have carrots. Oh, I actually don't know how to get out of here. I've never gotten out of here normally. Boop.
Damn. I think me got you on that one. Woo! Ow. Ow. Excuse me. Cobbled deep slate, yes. Yes, sir. Thank you. Oh my god. Ow, okay. I just turned around and sniped me in the face. Ow, ow. There we go. Now I can grab the bottle. And I need to grab, I can swap these guys. Oh no, Maze Crow again. Happened? Down with the sickness, Dan. Chicken. Nice. I didn't mean to put that there. That would kind of look nice. There you go. What's that about? Damn. Damn. Mm-hmm. Hi, Gore. Is that what that was? I heard lightning and I was very scared. Damn. Heat-seeking missiles and stuff. Ooh. Have made my home, I wish. It's a very dangerous game you're playing over there. Jesus. I need wool. I need wool. I need wool. I need wool. Fuck off. Sheep. Sheep. Oh, I do need some red flowers. I'd like to make my couch red, I think. Oh no, the sheep!
Sorry. Don't worry about it. Oh my god. Yeah, there were just 3 creepers back to back. Yeah, just 3 creepers back to back. You just it's real nice stuff. It's a real nice time. Yeah, they're very cool. They're by the people that made. If you've seen the shrimp model go around, they're by the people that made the shrimp model. Yeah. I didn't fucking fill this whole bag in. Was I so adorable, right? Yep, yep, yep. Yippee! The sheep exploded with a bobby. Go to better lane. I was lurking playing Rivals. I hope Rivals was good and didn't make you want to, you know, throw your monitor at a wall. But thank you for the lurk, and I hope you sleep well, Sheppy. Good night. Night. Yum yum. Okay. Okay, my bot's over there. Good night, Sheppy. Okay, so I don't know if I have enough wool for this. Oh shit, I made too many. Whoops. Oh, and they only make sofas. Fuck. Fuck. I just made like 20 of these. Oh, I didn't mean to. Okay, 1, 2. I think I want 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Oh. Yippee. Yippee. Trying to make a sofa. Love you. Of course. Yee. Good night, Mayo. kisses. Good night, Mew. Ingots. Need more shepa. Oh, that shepa's already. Straight. Oh, it's 3? Oh shit. I don't know how many couches this will make. Night. Hello. Oh my goodness. Who would have thunk it is the me? It's the me you. Hello everybody. Welcome on in. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my god. Oh fuck it. Thank you. I want to make this sofa and then I'm probably gonna do art. Oh no. But everybody's having a good night. There's the sheep. Hello, sheeple. Need some more of this. This will make one more. Yeah, splash it on yourself, dude. It's pretty cool. Try it. Actually. Shit. Oh shit. Mermaid raid. It is a mermaid raid. From the best mermaid around. I have roses at my house. Oh no. Oh jeez. No problem. No problem. Have a good night, guys. Thank you for playing with me. Goodbye. Goodbye, friends. And then there was one. And then there was one. Your faithful seal cow. Thank you, Wap, for playing. I hope you can get some good rest. I love you very much. I will keep your folks hopefully entertained. Alright, well now this couch looks a little stupid, I think. Ah, it looks extra stupid. Thank you. I'm glad you like it. I'm trying my best. Now it's like it's a square, and then if I do this, I think the L-shaped couch is not the play here. I think that might be the play here, and then we have another one there. Well, well, maybe not. Well, maybe a love seat on one end, like this, and then like whoop. Let me out. Like that. Oh yeah, that works. Okay, maybe not this though. Yeah, and then I could put like a lamp. Do we have lamps? Lamp? I'd have to make it like a table, like a coffee table. Do I have any? I don't have any more wool though. That's okay. That's okay. I'll put a lamp up another time, but we'll put in a table.
Meant more like the ottoman to expand to one end of the couches without... Wait, hold on. That's smart. Wait, can I do that? Will it combine like that? Shit. Wait, we can make a U-shaped couch. I like them. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. I quite like that, actually. This is pretty nice. And then I only have 2 extra chairs, which is perfectly fine by me. Star, do you like my house? I've been working pretty hard on it. This is my house so far. The roof's not done, but like all the floor and the walls are done. I have a little patio with a little nice little bench. You can sit here and look out at the water. It's cute. Thank you. Thank you. Oh man, I wish. Oh, I know. I have 1 wool. I have 1 wool. Hold on. Can I make a painting? I don't have enough sticks. I wanna tie it all together with a painting. I do. Okay. Like Wait, why wouldn't it let me put on the one below it? Is it because of the couch? Aw, man. What's wrong with my car? So when your real estate business started? Never. I did used to do real estate stuff. Like, I used to do housing decorations in Final Fantasy. Okay, it does work if I break that. Okay. Wait, did it? God bless good bacteria. I fucking love fermented food. Fermented food is really nice. No, I want a big one. Give me a big one. Okay. I don't know if there's any other big... Oh, it didn't work. Oh, it didn't work. Okay. Ew. Ew. Okay, then let's do... Here. I need a big jar of kimchi. We have a small jar of kimchi here. Are those the only ones we have? Ah, dog's playing poker. I'll do dogs playing poker. I do dogs playing poker. I'm gonna make a shelf. Shelf. Like a spruce shelf. Okay, cool. I can make a spruce shelf. Let's go! Noxia, let's fucking go, dude. Hold on. Let me. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. At Noxia Bathis, bro. Let's fucking go, dude. Let me open stream avatars. Rah! You're the second person to get it all. I love sauerkraut so much, and I have it so little. On God. That's a mood. That's a mood. But yes, once that all loads up, I will give you your hat. Your Valentine's hat. I just need 1 of these and 2 of these, right? That's how shelves work. Or are they slabs? They're slabs. God damn it. I only have 1. Okay, it's loading. It's a loading. Oh, it makes 4. Nice. And then, like, if I wanted to put something on it, though, like... How does that look, though? Wait, can I not tell? Oh, yeah, there you go. Oh, what the fuck? Okay. Mining and crafting indeed. You opened up inbox and got your first one. Oh my goodness. Oh, where is Noxia? That's on Joya. Where is the Noxia Bathis? There you are. You've gotten last ones too. Nice. There you go. My dad is meeting with the person who makes the menus at my dining hall, and he's telling them my recommendations to make into account where the dining hall is located for the food. Give me my pierogies and kielbasa. God damn it. I mean, that seems like a pretty good start, you know? I
think I want to put this up one. I think this would look better as like an accent to like the... It's cool to know that it'll stick there though. But I think this would look better like that. Then... like there. It's pretty good. Actually, can I do this? I can. Oh wait, I need another. Yum. I love Polish food. Polish food is really good. Look at that, it's so cute. And then like I have like a little balcony. Oh, that's so cute. Wait, I could put that on the outside to accent like the windows and shit. Wait, hold on. Oops. Not if I put it in the wrong spot though. Yep. I like this resource pack I'm using. It makes all the things look kind of cute. There you go. Agreed. Top. Get away from my house. Come over here, motherfucker. Get in the water. I do not care if I die, but you are not taking my animals down with you. Ow. Yay! 6 out of 8 from you. Yippee! Oh, damn. It's full again? Shit, my bees be producing. Shit. Gotta make more. I really need to move the farm. The farm is very, very, not very space good. Hello? 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 Ow! What the fuck? Get the fuck out of my house, you fucking asshole. Yeah, that's what I thought. What the fuck? She just came up at me out of nowhere. All my cows are infected now. What the fuck? Rude. The fuck? Oh, it's so rude. Fucking rude ass bitch. Hello, baby bee. Sorry about that violence. I didn't mean to show you that. There you go. Oh, I didn't finish that spruce trapdoor. I'll do that in a second. Doot. Spruce. Oh, just give me the spruce trapdoor. And then this one, these two, this one, and then another 4. And then now we have the spruce trapdoor to finish this off. Wait, should I make this come down more? I think I might. But I'll just keep that one there for now. Now we have accents to the windows, and I don't know how I'm gonna get up there to put more accents on the windows, but I don't think it matters right now. Okay, that's so nice. Alrighty. I'm going to take a quick breaky poo, and then we're going to do some art. Because I need a stretch because my butt fucking hurts. So I will be right back. I love you guys. Don't go anywhere unless you want to. Act so funny and fucking slaps you out of nowhere. Oh god! Oh god, that wish was a bitch. But I will be right back. arson while I was gone? Wait, what do you mean? Wait, hold on. You guys gonna arson while I was gone? What the fuck is that about? What do you mean? No arson in chat. None of that. None of that. Hold on, I'm gonna fix my face tracking a little bit. Okay, I think we're better now. Arson, arson, arson. Come on, put myself. I'll keep myself in the center, I think. Close group. They don't let me do crime. Well, that's because it's against the law. It's against the law, and you don't want to be jailed, do you? By fire be purged. What are we purging, though? Can't just purge nothing. There must be something that must be purged. You know? You can't just not, why you want to go jail? I mean, jail is kind of lit, because, like, free food and stuff, but... Restart. Okay. Everything, really? But what if you get booped in the booty hole? What if they boop you in the booty hole? You don't want to get booped in the booty hole. Alright. I was working on this last time. 3 meals and a living space. I mean, fair, but, like... Then you can't watch stream, then. And that kind of sucks. Right? That's kind of stinky. I don't know if I like that. I turned the tongue off by accident. Boop. I need the inner mouth color, which is the darkest one of these, I think. Yeah, you're right. See, Elaine has some sense. What are we listening to, dude? Do clipping mask. Oops. Clipping mask. Okay, I'm changing what we're listening to. I got a speeding ticket today. How'd you get a speeding ticket? What do you mean you got a speeding ticket? What did you get a speeding ticket for? Were you speeding? Change your mind like a girl changes clothes. Bitch. I would know. I was going to 80. Oh, geez. Okay, well, it's a little fair then, I think. I actually don't know. I don't drive. But at the most, I'm glad that you're okay. Okay, what do we think about this? So now it's like, oh, this isn't even in the group. We wanna guide? No. Oh my god. Cold, you yes and you know you're in and you're out, you're up. Merge down. Let's go above and then clipping mask. Clipping mask. I thought the construction zone was over. The speed limit is 80 miles before and after. Oh, fair. That's fair. If they don't have clear signs, if the construction's over, then yeah, that's fair. Okay, so now... I don't... How did this happen? Okay, so... God dang it. There we go. I think it's gotta go the other way, so it's like this. I don't know if I like the color that I'm putting on the lip line, but gonna keep it. I think that's pretty cute. And then, let's see, if I'm deafened, maybe we can sketch something for like the deafened mode. Call the doctor, got a case of an all-white polar. The coaster can't get off this ride. Rename Cheapy. Not in your code, yes. Wait, what are the different forms in Fuji? I think one is like muted and then one is deafened, I think. Yeah, one's muted and then one is deafened. My first speeding ticket. Well, at least it should be cheaper, right? Because it's not as, like, you don't have multiple. It's like your first one, I think. I don't know how driving works. Okay, so if me cannot speak, then me will be, maybe I need to turn the face off. Keep that on. I'm gonna be like, trying assist. I'm gonna be asleep. Let's see. Fujitech Reactive. I want to see what other people do for like their deafened and stuff. Talking idle, muted. I like the headphones one. I like this like headphone idea that they're doing. And then there's like one with like if they're muted, they like want to talk but they can't. I can put it up, right? These are really cute. It's like a TikTok. No, it's an Instagram. I've been banned on Instagram? For what? Oh my goodness. They did it. They got mad at my Instagram. Why? Why has this happened? No. I don't know. Wait, did they send me an email about it at all? Or were they just like, ha, fuck you? Because I think if you get banned on anything, you should get an email. I can't type in stuff. I can't type. Instagram? There's nothing! I guess. Okay. Oh, but I can type that without looking, but I can't type that other stuff. Okay. What? Why? Can I not see? Like, why? Nothing? No. What? What?
Your camera's not visible and you can't use it. What the sweet fuck?
What video went up today? It was about horse butts. Oh my god. Out of anything, the nipple one should have gotten me banned. Today was the horse butt one. Damn, Instagram, what the fuck? How to see why you got banned on Instagram. That's the first time I've been banned. Bismuth, go to your profile and tap the 3. I can't. That's not how it works. Check my spam. There's nothing in there.
Download Facebook.
The Facebook won't let me have an account because I'm not a real person.
Exactly. Fuck 'em.
What the fuck? Let's see if I can use it on my phone. Girl cigarette, and it said drugs and alcohol. That's fucking crazy. I know I like missed it. Like I missed the thing that said like why.
Of course you click through it.
Well, that's because I wanted to do the appeal. Because I was like, I think no matter what it is, it's stupid.
Well, yeah.
So.
And it was automated, I'm sure.
Oh, I'm sure. Okay, well, it doesn't really matter. I didn't really care about my Instagram account anyway. I'd like it back, if possible. Post anything related to that ever. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I would like it back, but if they don't give it back to me, then it's kind of like, whatever. But, like, shit. Shit, I kind of wanted that, man. Does this mean no one can take the maincoow tag? Because, like, that was the maincoow username. That was the biggest reason why I was, like, I wanted an Instagram was because I wanted to be able to keep the username. An account standing. It won't let me use it. On my phone, it's not. It's like you can't use your account. So I think I got, like, banned or something. Like, I don't think I was, like, shadow banned. I think I was, like, banned. Why was I banned? Towards the bottom? Towards the bottom. Damn, for real? For real. Like, it's like, you can't use this account. And I was like, oh, okay. I guess. I just wanted to look at this person's like, the Fuji Tech stuff. That's all. Oh, these are so cute. They're little gifts. Oh, that'd be cute. I'm kind of lazy, though. Oh, these are super cute. I like the different one as a sleeping one. Okay. Anywho. Damn, they really out here be like, fuck you, Elaine. No Instagram for you in the good Lord's 2026. I think the only thing that I really used Instagram for at this time is I reached out to someone for work because we were doing a collaborated artist thing, but that was like it. I think that was like it. There you go. I think headphones might look weird. Instagram is where I post the most. That's fair. I used to post on Instagram when I was younger. Because my friends would post on there, but... I don't know. I guess like the only things I really post on are like Blue Sky. What's your Instagram for maincoow? It's just maincoow. Like that's why like I wanted the Instagram account was because like I wanted to keep all my usernames the same across like all platforms. So I grabbed the maincoow user, but I don't know if like if I get banned, does that mean does that mean someone else could take that user now or like what? It was hard enough. It was hard enough to get that TikTok account because I was gonna do it through Facebook, but Facebook was like, you're not a real person, so like you can't have one. And I was like, what? I have a cat person in any of these? No, okay. I'm gonna turn the lights off. I think that looks a little silly, so I think I might do... Oh, I'm pressing the E button on my keyboard like that does anything. Get my math back. I don't think the DJ knows what Billie Eilish's music is like. Well, let's say it. No results for maincoow. But does that mean like someone else could take the name maincoow? That's like my only concern is that someone else could take it and then like I'd be kind of pissed. There's only you. My ear's not symmetrical. Oh my god, they're not. Damn, that's crazy. I don't know. Okay. I'll look it up. I'm curious. Can someone take a username that is banned? Very complicated. Okay. That's not okay. It is not possible. With a maincoow with an O. Yeah, that was like my original idea for what I was gonna have as a username, actually, but because of that random motherfucker, I couldn't get it. The day that I die. The day that I die. Oops. Am I still on the right layer? No, I'm not. Boop, boop. I want you to stay. Are you there to me? And then I would like to, I guess I could draw like the other body variant. I don't know what I'm crying for. I don't think I could love you more. But baby, I wanna say goodbye. Boop. Okay. And I don't know if it's a good thing to say this as a content creator, but hey, one less social media to have to think about, am I right? I mean, to be fair, I'm not happy about it, but I'm also like, meh. Someone's fire alarm is going off right now. Oops. The platform's been going downhill, yeah. And the one that I care about the most, which is technically Blue Sky, is fine, so it's not that big of a loss in my opinion. I think I used the wrong... I did. I used the wrong pen width for these. Should be this big one. Let's do drawing assist. Maybe it's the middle one, actually. It is the middle one. Nope. And the new... Oops. There's not only a very long fire alarm, but there is also a child yelling outside. I hope they are okay. Kingslayer, castles in the sky. Here we go. Hello, Luna. The cute model's back. Yay! Yeah, I'm a shield today. Let's get this one. Let's get drawing assist. Oh my god, Pixels almost forgot his check-in. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Delete. Oh. Oh, did I click the wrong one? I did. So we're jumping on a trampoline. Just learned that they weren't real. Gawk and inhabit an unknowing rabbit. Was too backside by the gambling to check in. Fair. Fair. How do I know that the sky's really sunny? Actually, yeah, I think I like that more. The woman who is talking on my TV screen. Oop. Do I saw the paste in here? Paste? Nope, shit. Rename color. Group. Body 2. Rename outline. Color. Rename arms 2. Rename to standing. I can turn that off. All the clouds are crying, covered their tears in the right sunny day, and I get we're lying. 2, 3, 4. I'm just curious if this is gonna work with this. It does! Yippee! That makes me happy. We're bunnies that were jumping on a trampoline. Okay, if this is the deafened variant, what is the muted variant? I do like the kind of like what they've been doing with the. I'll just sketch it, I think. Without you. Oh, I didn't put the drawing assist behind. Wait, and then the. So if I did head, face, mouth. Oh, you guys got cute. I don't know if I want to do like a tongue though. Also, I need to fix my face tracking. Huh? Oh, my VTube studio is broken. Oh, okay, now we're good. Oh, one. Oops. I think I like it like that. And then we have eyes open, eyes closed, mouth open, mouth closed, sleeping, deaf, and cool. All right. Elena's like thinking I might do some 3D stuff. I think it's time for a little bit of 3D stuff. Answer the phone on shit, brain. Maybe we're gonna. Oh! Yeah, we'll try it on it. Because all in all, I should be doing that, not on the main computer. Oh, I need to. Okay. Blom, 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 blom. Boop. Boop. Alrighty. Switch my mouse over. Close this one. Oh, I should change my category actually. Strange. Close. Oh. What? Open. Nope. I guess I haven't opened it with this one. Could have sworn I did. Browse. Get all away from me. Let's do game view. Okay, the tree looks good. I think I might. Might turn the dust off, and then we can add that in post, technically. And then let's do couch. Couch 2. Nook. Overview. What about the computer? Cam computer and cam couch, I think. Couch 2, couch. This one's like weird. This one's not. This is cam bed. This is cam computer. This one we can do. This one's not locked. Why are these not locked? Lock. Oh, okay, locked. Okay, cool. Pop music. Talk about pop music. Talk about pop music. A seal grilled cheese sandwich. I'm a Berber. I am Berber. Technically, I am Berber. What do you want to go? Talk about. I don't know if I like that or if I should do it. Wow, that is really shiny. I did not realize how shiny the monitors were. Let me go into materials. Actually, I could do it this way. Are you building a new room? No, this is our current room. I'm just messing with I've updated it since what it is currently, so I gotta do some stuff to a point. Wait, what? 2.5. Okay, that made it shinier. 1. 2. A window behind you? Yeah, here, I can show you. Boop. Wait, not that one. Boop. See, but the only thing that's different is the so hold on, let me go to it. Nope. Let's do the couch. Couch is a better view of it. So the above on the board, there's like these sub badges. Yeah, I rearranged it and I changed how the sub badges look. So I got to update all of that, and I felt like doing that today because I had some ideas. Cam couch, cam computer. Okay, that's a bit better, yeah. Don't really like how that glass looks, to be honest. New year, new room, and all that. Number 24. Trying to decide how I want to do this, but I need another perspective window. I feel it. I need to turn off. Nope. There we go. Okie dokie. I can close this guy. Do you celebrate the new Lunar New Year? I do not, but I'm not against it. I think the Lunar New Year is cool. Dun, In just a few days, I believe. I think you're correct. See, Elaine doesn't know a lot about it, so I don't really know. But still hope that everybody has a good Lunar New Year. Another version of me I was in. I go back to the end of beginning. Oops. There we go. And that means we need this back on. But the city, not the city of the... What year is it gonna be? That's a good question. Horse. It's a horse. It's a fire horse year. I hope that is the question you were asking. I'm gonna feel bad if it's not, but you know, we're already here. Bitch up with no warning. How rude. Get anyway. Commit days. Round to me eventually. What if I had to come back all the way? This wall, what is up with this wall? Why is its roughness stupid? Let's add a multiply. Save. Two. Why two? Two? Two's better. Two horse? Horse? Haunts. Nay. Two horse. God damn it. I feel like I might regret telling you that fun fact. A little bit of something we've been working with. Just touch me down. You'll come around. Join my company. It's me. Fucking, I can't fucking. This is your year. This is my year? My year. I mean, yeah, I guess I did because I did make the horse butt video. Maybe it will be my year. Oh, this perspective doesn't work. I went. Could zoom it in a little bit, maybe? No. Okay, I'll fix that part later. I just kind of want to make it at a point where I like it, I think. Rotation world. Relative. Okay, that's a little weird, but that's alright. No! Milk Club, this one, this one. Rotation world. Very confused of why this is like this, but that's alright. When is it the cow year? Is there a cow or is it an ox? It would be an ox. 2033. Bro, I'd be 33. I was born in the year of the dragon. That's even later. That's 2036. Bruh. I got a while. There's also a cat year. Is there? I thought it was like taken by the rat, wasn't it? I don't remember. But it's not on this one. Dog, pig, rat. Yeah, I think the rat took the cat's year, technically. And even then, I think that's still a ways away, isn't it? Rat? Yeah, 2032. It's gonna be a wild chat. Actually, how to make a plane always face the camera, UE5. I'm Year of the Horse. Nice. Most code online, sprite mode opposite facing. Look at me that way. Actually, facing the camera as much as possible. I see the issue works on the axis. No, thank you. I'm too lazy for that. I would much rather just manually make another one. Okay. Speaking of that, though, would this break anything if I brought this down here? Maybe made them, like, just bigger? And I sound like a loon. Okay, we gotta go through all of them. 1, 2, 3 doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. Nook doesn't really matter. Overview, gotta turn that off. Doesn't super matter, it seems. Might turn Sky 3 off. I know the term for what you're looking for is called billboarding. Ah, okay, cool. Let me see if just this panoramic view kind of works. I think it does. Now, bed, computer. Yeah, if I just make it bigger, it's fine. But how hard would it be to make a billboard? UE5 billboarding. Easy billboard. I have to make or using with a look at. With a look at. There's always face. Oh, I have to make a function for it. You see something like a boomer shooter billboarding refers to the sprites always facing the camera. Wait, what's this one? Is this one? It's a 10-minute video, which makes me worried that it's like a.
I just built a budgeting app with base 44.
Guys,
you just build.
Yeah, is this a whole ass code? It's a whole ass code thing. Okay, it's fine. I'll just make it bigger. It's okay. I do not mind that much. Okay, cool. Alrighty. So, trying to think of something. Can I take a picture from all these cameras? I don't remember how to do that. How to take a picture from multiple cameras. So I don't want to render out the whole video. Taking picture. Step 1, set up cinematic cameras. Create a sequence. Also, you can add cameras to it. Add all cameras to it. Okay. I can do that. I think it's in here. Post-process. Nope. Where did I put it? Where did I put it? I can just make a new one. What was it? Create a sequence, right? The sequence. So I need the sequence window, don't I? Sequencer. Nope, go on here. Nope, go on this guy. Nope, go on this guy. Please merge with this content browser. Okay, it doesn't want to. That is. Can I like? Alright, let's do this and then this. There you go. Make a billboard. I was no longer. Am I doing that though? Level sequence, level sequence. PNGs. Well done. I didn't do anything. I just made the background bigger and said that was good. That's all I did. Congratulations! Thank you. Open, click render, and then click render in the sequencer of the toolbar. Okay, well, I really only want like one frame of it, so window.
Yep, game
Hey, Mom,
time.
guess what chicken that?
Oogaloo-goo.
Hey, Mom, guess what? What's up? That was like the same time, so it's like I heard the "Hey Mom, guess what?" and then the freak out. That was really good timing. Movie render queue. Fuck. Yeah, there you go. PNGs unsaved config. That's a good stem. Is it random? It is random. I have like 5 of them. I probably should add more. I just don't know what else I want to add to it. Where's my config? Do I have it on the other computer? I look for you. Would you look for me too? Let me see. Unreal. No, it would be in UE5 projects. Tears on the ice. Q manifest. Auto say smiley friends is like SpongeBob for adults. It is a little bit. Thank you for the song request. Source control config. I don't know where this would be saved. Let me look back at this. Save as. This is in the content. I don't want to open it. Man, I'm too sleepy to do anything fun, but not sleepy enough to go to bed. That does sound very unfortunate. You could... What could you do? You could take... I was gonna say take a nap, because that's always my response, but I know it's too late to take a nap. You could listen to a movie, listen to a TV show, you can listen to a podcast. You could, what else could you do? Sorry if you can hear me brush my hair. So I didn't, should run around campus butt-ass naked. I don't, maybe not. Fold your socks, that's a pretty good one. Because then you could, man, I guess I'll save a test one on the other computer and see what happens. Yeah, I should deal with my mountain of laundry. Exactly. Oops. Where is that? It's a US. Okay. Maybe it's not in V3 then? Because I could have sworn I had V2 content, some tune. No. Nope. It's not that one either. I'm pretty sure it's this one. What is this? Temp screenshots. Alright, guess I'm opening this on this computer so that I can figure out where it is. Hey, I'm having a bad day. Oh no, I'm so sorry. Why are you having a bad day? Do some stretches would be good. What's up? You want to talk about it? If you don't want to talk about it, that's completely okay. But if you do want to talk about it, feel free to talk about it. Or if you just want hugs, that's fine. You're free to talk about it here. I'm cool with that.
My only requirement is that if it could trigger some things, please put a trigger warning. Otherwise, feel free to spill us your woes and let us together carry the stress or grief or depression or sadness. What other, despair, anguish. I'm running out of synonyms. Bullshittery. It also works. I started dating this dude I met from a VTuber streaming at. I talked to him for an hour and 48 minutes. He blocked me after for no... Asshole! Absolute asshole. Fuck that guy. Fuck that guy. Maybe you were too magnificent. And they're like, if I keep talking to this person, I'm gonna have to become a better person. And I don't want to be a better person. They just didn't want to be a better person for you because they knew you were so great. Fuck 'em, you deserve better, you do. It happens more often than you think. Well, fuck them. Fuck them. We got you. Don't fuck that guy, okay? It's fair. But you know what I mean. Metaphorically, I hope that guy gets castrated in Minecraft. Believe any of it. Yeah, this is the same one, okay. Where is my sequencer? Where are my sequences? Where is the thing I'm looking for? I mean, it's not in here. Bruh. Sure. Yeah, maybe they're like, a hosier song too sweet. Yeah, maybe you're too sweet. Hold on, I'll join on my main because we're talking about a serious topic. Yeah, no problem. No problem. I will say it is a little jarring to look at the word big fat boobies and then be serious. But, you know. Dead at the time. Open project. My project current. That's an old one. Hello, Emily. I'm presuming you were the one that was here earlier, but hello. I'm sorry that they were a dick, Emily. You have a cute name. Fuck that person. Fuck a them in the non-sensual way. Bro, this is not loading, as maybe said. Okay, is it in here? I had like a render preset, but it's like gone. I don't know. I don't really care. Okay, well, now I care a little bit. Nope, okay, it's not in here either. Okay. That's fine. Boop, boop. Okay. Well, then I will just edit this config. I will look up best render sequence UE5 settings. His name was LJ and he played me. Well, fuck LJ, man. Fuck him. In a not nice way. An asshole through and through.
Just go to edit plugin.
Sorry if you can hear that. I will mute it. I will mute this video because I just want the settings. If I could just see a picture of the settings, that would be great.
He's making me pull an all-nighter. Well, to be fair, I'm going to be completely honest with you. He's making you do nothing. Thank you for the wish you well. I wish that you find the most wonderfulest fucking person that's not an utter douchebag like this guy is. You know, like you're gonna be golden, I promise. You're gonna find someone who loves you that ain't making you do shit. Guys, what the E? Most of them are dicks. Override anti-aliasing. Sixteen. 1. Okay, so he made it 1 and then made this 16. Was there anything else? None. Render warm up 32. I'm just sorry. I'm just trying to put time on it. It's totally not necessary. That's why I'm an asshole. What? What? 10 p.m. to 12 p.m. Oh, so this isn't a long-term thing then. Is this like, so this is recent then? I am what I... God damn it. I mean, listen, if it's only been like a day, like... He was clearly not the one, you know? And you shouldn't stress yourself over it. Still sucks? Of course it sucks. Liking someone in emotions will always suck. But, like... It's better to have liked someone and lost than to not like anybody at all, because that makes you really lonely. Is this all the same? It looks all the same. I'm adding high resolution. Instead of focusing on what other people have done to you, focus on being the person that you would want to fall in love with. I put trust into people and they break it, which is why I have trust issues. And yeah, that's true about it's better to love than lost. Yeah. Like, I've loved many of people in my life, but it didn't stop me from being who I wanted to be at the end of the day. Dude, I don't have that. Okay, this shit's gonna piss me off because I don't know what's happening. This one was literally nothing, I think. Sure, and then I'm going to go here. And I'm gonna accept, I guess. But I want this to render out to downloads. Okay, render local. I hope this works. I don't know if it will work, but I hope it does. And will that load? I will look at another setting. Why am I? No. I don't want to look through a whole ass video to figure... Shit. I may have forgot something. My bad. Wait, but did that look bad though? No, the colors are fine. So, I mean, I guess my previous question was still in contest. Settings, choose a camera, render, click. Camera, shutter, render all cameras, accept. Render local. And then it will fuck up one of them. Maybe multiple. No, it should be only the overview one that it fucks, actually. Yeah, see, it only fucked over one. Nice. They're all actually quite nice, actually. I quite like these. Okay, unsave config. Camera, render all. Camera overview. Toggled. Invisible. Or actor hidden in game. Accept. Clear. Close. I love how you keep adding. Thank you. It's a constant effort. I don't know what else I'm gonna add to this other than I think I want to start on the next project, which is making the second floor of the Milk Club. You heard it here first. I think the next one I would like to try is the first floor. It's the ground level, and essentially it's gonna be my store. Elaine would love to have like a little store, so that's kind of the plan. This is the bed shot, or like cam underscore or Milk Club bed, Milk Club computer, Milk Club couch, but I have to count this as the second one because this is the second variant of it, and then this is the nook, and then this is the overview, and then I will look at these on their own and see how I feel about them. Just once. I like it. Part of Elaine wonders if she should just make the background transparent. I also forgot to hide another thing in the renderer. Yeah, I forgot to hide a few things, but I think overall it looks good. I think I'm going to hide the dust particles and add that in post-processing, because I think that's easier. Well, I mean, if I'm already going to have to render the video out anyway, I feel like that's not going to super matter, especially if I'm going to do, I think, like a minute of that. So, I don't know why I closed it. Art, Milk Club, this one. Recognizes you. I guess the other question is UE5. How to make object image to specific camera. And they were very curious. Let me just spawn the camera. Still waiting. First of all, I don't want to do this whole thing. I'd rather just hide it. If I'm honest, I'd rather just hide it in the thing. I don't know why it doesn't open the thing. Browse this one. Be crazy if it didn't save any of the things I just did, actually, to be fair. But we'll find out. And in my hands are my up. It told me it's over, no doubt. Help me. Okie dokie. Let us duplicate this guy. Oh, and then we want to delete. And then I'm gonna call this render interior. Save. and then duplicate and call this the overview, because what is rendered out for the overview is different than what the rest of them are. And then we will delete these guys. And then if it's 30 frames per second and we want a whole minute, I think. Actually, is there a way how to make UE5 Unreal Engine 5? But we will go into Maya here in a I don't know if we'll have time today. Loop animation. I don't think that's gonna happen. Okay, that's fine. I think I know an alternative way to make it technically loop. So I can do that in post. Anywho, 30 frames per second. There's 60 seconds in a minute. 30 times 60 is 1,800. Okay. 1,800. 1800. And then this needs to come all the way out. Okay, we gotta make this 2,000 though, so I can see the 1,800. Oops. Yeah, that works. Okay. In the dead of night. There we go. And then this one. Okie dokie. And then we gotta go to render interior. Oh, I did this wrong. Render. And this is render overview. I don't want to listen to this right now. I realized, Star, you've never seen me 3D model something really, have you? I might have to re-add these, which is fine. Nope, this is a first. Very cool. Yeah, I've been in the mood to do these a bit more. So you'll see me do, well, you'll see me, look at them leaves. Yeah, those leaves were a free asset that I found. Oops. 2,000. 0 to 2,000, so that way. There we go. I love the color palette so far. Thank you. Here, let me toggle this wall off so you can see it better. And put it in game view so you don't see all this stuff. I think my hormones are kicking in. What's up? What's the matter? What's the matter? Because saw a video of two pigeons watching a stream. I just started bawling. Oh, I do that sometimes. I just randomly will see animal videos and I just start crying. That's how it is sometimes. I don't know what that's about. Oh, this is the playhead. Thank you for the head pat. They were so cute. So understandable. I'm glad you liked them. I'm glad they made you happy, though. It's that bad, but yes, this one and the next one are. Because I really like these songs. Okay. This doesn't have to be rendered, and I don't think I want to render it today. Because I have to fill this part out with a few more things. And then... Is there anything else I wanted to add to this scene? I don't... there is a few more things that I want to add to this scene specifically. And it's... I think I have, like... I think it's, like, 2 other fan arts. Yes, I want to add... Let me add this to... this folder, and then... downloads this one to here. Oh, it's already there. Okay. And I think I have the other one that I want on the other computer as well, so... I will add all of that, and then I will export it, and then we'll be good. Because I think I already updated subcharms. Details, date modified. I did. Subcharms v2 is updated, so I have to update that in the file. So let me make a milk club folder. Club update. This needs to go in here. Yes. Okay, that's fine. This, and then I need textures, which I think those are in here. Names, view, sort by date. Do I have, I think I have a few more to do actually, don't I? Let me see. We did, yeah, Megan. Wait, hold on. No, that wouldn't be a way I could find out. This is Shay, Mr. Marty. Yeah, so this is 41. This is 41. Yeah. Yep, this all makes sense. Okay. So let me add the new ones to this then. Because I don't know which ones we have and which ones we don't have in the file. So I'll add all of those textures. Da, 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 da. And it's with my old font too, which kind of sucks, but we'll keep it. I don't want to update it. I'm too lazy. Why didn't the substance file open? It's loading. Okay. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Thank you for the save check. I will save as this opens to make sure it's all good, and I will do name tags. Look at that, and then file, export textures, export, and then I have to change this to be like that. Export textures, export. Remind you that I'm bi. That's fair. Hey, that's fair. Bad Bunny is a not bad looking guy. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, dun, dun. Oh, no espero mirar, no, no, mirar. Fine. Pero olvidar. Did I not? My keyboard cannot keep up with me right now. Export textures, export, and then one more. Export textures, export. Dun, 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 dun. Get out of here. There we go. Save, close. Copy names over here. I would like to see the Maya file for it and make sure that all those names are spread out. Because I think it's a hard think, but I think for 2026 we might do a different sub thing. So, especially because the next area will be a store. I think we will do something else for subs. Okay, so the names need to be updated, and then I need to update the textures for the posters. This one. Why would a store on the second floor instead of the ground floor? I mean the ground floor. Cause like the milk club is on the second floor. I keep calling it the second floor because it's the second floor that I've done. I did the attic, so it's like an attic and then the ground floor. I keep calling it the second floor though because I have a small brain. Okay, cool. It is. Yippee. And they all have nails. Cool. Store on first, live on second. Yes, yes. So there's a door right here that leads outside, I think is how I plan it to be. It leads outside, and then the other floor is the milk club. Oh, Elaine, yes. Yes, this is all good. You gotta. Oh, do I? Do I really? Do I really? Is it in my creator dashboard? I sent one off a mother. It's been sitting there. Where do I find it? Where do I find it? Where is it? Last month. I don't know where I find these things. No idea. Let's go. Emotes. Is it? Maybe it's in here. I know it's like in here somewhere. Cause like this is where you do it, but I don't know where it's like. On the other side. Maybe that's 2 months ago. No. How to accept emote attributions, Twitch. Oh my god. Twitch, please have a dark mode on your fucking FAQ. Creators can assign creators artist badge. It's done through emo attribution. I feel like this should be. I found it. Okay. Accept. Shumimi. Oh right, I made a hyper emo for them. Oh shit, Rat Cousin's playing eugenics, bro? That's crazy. I want to play this game, but I'm gonna be honest, I don't know if I want to watch cats be fucking. Because that's like the whole game. I'm like, Okay. Oh, and the posters. The posters is the last thing I gotta do. See, look in your eyes and I know we ain't friends anymore.
I got this road, we'll be lovers for sure. If it's do or die. Thank you for the head pat. Cause like I like the Binding of Isaac a lot, but it's like I really don't know if I want to play Eugenics. Like what is this? Oh, this was the font. I was excited for when it first came out, but now I'm kind of like, find your love, crash into me, your lip, whisper and say. Really respect what Edmund does, though. Oh, yeah. What is it about? It's about, like, hold on. Yeah, because, like, I can stomach the Binding of Isaac stuff, but I don't know if I can stomach the Eugenics stuff. Build the ultimate cat army through tactical breeding and send them into deep, challenging turn-based adventure. Draft abilities, collect items, and manipulate genetics across generations in this roguelike tactics from the creators of Binding Isaac, and the end is nigh. And then you're just supposed to, like, it's like a turn-based thing, I think, though. And then you level your things up. And, like, I don't know. Like, I think it's cool, but I don't really want to see my cats fucking. I saw too many ads about this game of just the cats, the animation of the cats fucking, and I'm like, meh. I'm like, okay. Okay, I guess. I'll put this in here. I don't know if I'm missing any others. Am I missing any others? I feel like it's a bad stream when I'm remembering, but I keep forgetting to put them in the binder. Do I have that one? I don't have my Halloween one. Copy image. That sounds really convoluted. Yeah. It's basically mutant cat breeding roguelike from what I understand. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And then with a turn-based system, you fight your cats against things and stuff. I was turned into a slime. I don't know why I made the background black. The background should be transparent, if anything. Did I have any others? I feel like such an asshole not remembering. But we do. Stream memories. Oh my god, wait, did I put the cat one that Star made? No, I have not. There's another one. That one will go over here. Yes, you will go right there. I should put this in here. It's going on the board. Of course it's going on the board. I think that's the only other one I haven't added. I think the rest of them I have. I'm gonna feel no, there was one more that Womble made. Can I look at mentions? I can. There was one more that Womble made that I have to find. Oh, I'm scrolling so much. I feel so bad. Yay, yay! Oh, fuck, where is it? I can't... Okay, I can't look it up on stream like this. I have to do it. I have to hide it. Hold on. Media. You know what would be really cool if what do fucking Blue Sky had like when you look through media, it goes through thumbnails, like a gallery. That would be sweet. I don't know how far back it is. I think it was before that arc. Yeah, I found it. I think this is everything that I have been gifted. I just want to make sure. Yes. Oh yeah, you can recommend them ideas, by the way. I take them.
Let me take that. You can recommend. They just released a draft feature. Oh, that's fair. Yeah, I mean, like, I don't know. It's like such a small thing. I don't really mind. You know? You can go up here. Because Muse art doesn't count, because Muse art I use on stream, so I feel like that's its own thing. Because usually they're emotes. Do I have both fetal versions of me? No. Well, those are commissions. Those weren't gifts. Those were commissions. I think I have everything else. Yeah, I even have the other drawing that Sino did of me. Yeah, I think I got everything. Yeah, I think. Because usually when people draw me stuff, I usually just save it immediately so I can put it on this board. So I think we're good. So now I will go back to the Milk Club. Textures, posters. I will take this guy. I will do this. Save. Save as. Textures, posters, save. Okay, and then close that. And then we'll go in here. Wrong button. Wrong button. Okay. Probably because it's disconnected. It is because it's disconnected. Okay. Oh. Yes, textures. Elemental P. This one. Okay. UV editor. Okay, so I need to add like one here, one here. I think the more important part is that I get them UV'd and then I can position them. And then I'll do it this way. There we go. I want to turn the wireframe off. It's a little noisy. Yeah, cool. It's transparent. That's perfect. A little bit smaller. Put that there. Rotate it. And then well, the only ones I have added are these three, right? Yes. So let's get UV shell, this one. This one. I don't know where I'm gonna put this one though. Put it there. My wall's getting so full. Oh, I never thought that would happen. I never thought the wall would eventually become so big that something like this would happen. So it's kind of nice to see it. And then optimize. It needs to be shorter. I'm gonna put this one here though, so that way we can still see it. And then I need oh, where do I put this one? Okay, I'll reorganize it after I get it on here then. Okie dokie. this tiny one. Move this. Move this. Move this one. And now I need pins. Oh. Oh, okay, this is the only one. Okay, cool. And this one can go here with a mismatched one. And this pink one can go on this one. This one can go on this one. This one has a lot of yellows. Need more like maroon, I think, and blue, I think. A little bit more blue. And then a little bit more green. This one I might act as like a sticker. And then this group is in here. Center pivot, export as Unreal export, posters, re-export, yep. Posters, and then I need this guy to go here. And then we're gonna export Unreal. We're going to go to this guy, paste him here. And then I don't remember if we ever exported these little guys. Export. Beanies. Or I guess I should call them milk beans. Milk. It would be okay. You know what would be cool? Wait, do I already have one? I do. Oh, I'll just redo it. It would be cool if every time someone subbed, I took like a picture, if I could somehow, of their bean, their little milk bean in stream avatars, and then I put them randomly throughout the store. So that way it's like a little fun Easter egg. I think that would be cool. There we go. Okay. Save. And tomorrow, I think my plan is going to be, I'm going to start on Milk Club ground floor, I think is my plan. Because I'm itching to do a little more 3D art. So I think that will be my plan for tomorrow. Because we don't have any more work to do unless something pops up with Enshrined. And otherwise we'll play like, I don't know if we'll play Minecraft, but you know. But I think that's where we'll end it for today. I love you guys. I love you guys so very much. Thank you for hanging out with me today. And I hope that I get to see you tomorrow. It looks like Rat Cousin is still streaming, so we're gonna go raid them. I love you guys very much. Thank you for hanging out with me. I hope you had a lot of fun. And I love you guys. Remember, I always love you guys. And I hope you guys have a wonderful night. And I will see you tomorrow. I love you guys a lot. And you don't have to use the raid message if you don't want to. But I appreciate it because I know where you come from. Otherwise, have a very good night. And I will see you tomorrow.